Welcome to Superversive Live. I am your host, Benjamin Wheeler, and I'm here with Davis M.J. Aurini. How are you doing today, Aurini?
I am doing fantastic. I got whiskey and mead here.
Oh,
It's good mead. What was it? Fallen Timber is the brand.
I think I've
I've
seen
had
them
mead
before.
before. I've
Yeah.
had mead where it was way too sweet, but this is good proper mead.
Oh, yeah. I'm actually, I'll have some gin before the night's up myself. But I like when it's mead and it's basically as sweet as soda, it's like I might as well just have soda, like Sprite and gin or something. You know, for what it is. Um, but yeah, no, we're here today to discuss uh, the new age, the new age, and the
Age
new
of
age,
Aquarius, baby.
age of Aquarius. Finally, and without that hippie BS, let me tell you, I even though I want to be clear, I subliminate all my opinions back to the gospel and the Bible. It's very clear that God has a hand in the stars, and He uses it to mark the times and the beings and the events that transpire. Even though we ourselves are not to, shall we say, trust them like gospels, the stars tell as much of a story as we ourselves keep in our little books. What do you think, sir?
For most of Christian history, astrology was a respected science. The three wise men, they studied the stars to find
Mm-hmm.
Christ. Um, and quite frankly, any if you try and read the market, if you read weather reports, all of this is divination.
Oh
Okay,
yeah.
it's
Oh
the
yeah.
C.S. Lewis did a really good bit in his Voyages of the Dawn Treader, where what he explained to sum it all up is that you aren't allowed to spy on people. Okay,
Right.
don't be going around spying on people because uh, like the on a moral level, like the observer affects the situation. Like if you spy on somebody uh when you have no right to, like if you all right, let's say you spy on your girlfriend and
Mm,
you're gonna you spy on her when she's having doubts about the relationship, which are perfectly normal. Everybody has doubts about relationships. But if you spy on her, you're going to hear her say things as if she's saying them to you that will ruin the relationship when maybe she just needed to vent to her girlfriend about something.
right.
So, so be careful with any form of divination. Don't believe in like do you have to believe in the weather report? Well, if it says you're going to get into a car accident, like I should have believed in it today. I didn't get into a car accident, but it took me 2 hours to drive 40 minutes.
Around all the car accidents. Yeah, and
So, I mean,
there's a difference.
treat all of this with caution.
Oh yeah.
Okay, treat alcohol with caution. Treat astrology with caution.
And
You
there's
know,
different. Yeah, there's different types of astrology too. There's things which are written in the stars, ideas, concepts, greater motions that seem to align pretty well with different things. And then there's, I hate God, therefore I'm going to look to the stars for all my answers. It's like, no, you know, it's like the Witch of Endor. The Witch of Endor did summon up spirits. She, brought up, well, Samuel was allowed, I should say, to speak to Saul. But it's very clear that God hates necromancers and
necromancy is
witches
something.
and all
Necromancy is
these other
something else
things.
entirely.
Yes.
Um,
Well,
and, and, and by the way, Witch of Endor, she was surprised when
she
she
was.
got this. She was a charlatan. The Actually, I'll tell you one of the most dangerous things about divination these days is it's all spun to be positive.
Oh, yeah.
Everything's affirm. It's like getting therapy from an AI. It's going to tell you that you have no problems and everybody else is at fault.
Right.
And so that's like signs in the sky can be interpreted so many different ways. Be
Mhm.
really careful when they're uh, affirming you in stupid ways.
Yep. It's yeah. And it's my the great concern is, of course, to replace it with God and prayer. It's if you're looking for what guidance that God gives you in the stars, what prayer gives you, it's just you're not going to find it. You're going to be torn about by demons. One time I was speaking of divination. One time I was sitting at my desk at the gym I managed at the time, and I kind of looked up and I said, "Something's off." So I asked about, hey, how'd the weekend go, to my little staff, who caused me no end of trouble. And I go, something feels weird. Is everything all right? Did anything happen over the weekend? Oh no, we were fine. We were just doing this, and then oh yeah, we were playing in the break room all the time. Oh, what were you playing? Oh, we were playing with a Ouija board. I lost my
Don't
shit.
don't touch those things. They are like they're okay. How many relationships have you read where one of the two, usually the woman, but sometimes the man, decides to get a Reddit account,
Right.
and it always ends in disaster.
Yeah.
Ouija boards are the equivalent of a Reddit account. It's you're you're harnessing. It's like a really easy way to harness psychic energy.
Yeah.
Like even people with very like low levels of psychic energy can still harness it, and open the door to God knows what.
Yeah.
Right? Like you're opening. It's the lower astral. There's lots of nasty things down there. It's uh,
You will be noticed.
yes. Like I would now. I would not an expert on this. I would guess though that about 90% of the time you'll be fine. The same way if you go downtown and go to the scummy bar, 90% of the times you won't get surprise sex.
Yes.
But I don't like those odds. I want
Right?
0% surprise sex. So it's not like you do it once, you're going to ruin your life. I don't think that's true, but it is just completely reckless. And and people usually go into it for prurient reasons. They're they're going into it to to test not God, but they're testing the supernatural. Like, no, don't be doing that.
Right.
Um, I mean, I go and look for Bigfoot because I want to get to know them. Uh, well, and I've spoken to a couple of them. Uh, Bigfoot's real. Some sort of spiritual entity, I think. I don't think it's just an ape.
Right.
Um, but
That's
I have
certainly
a
true.
peaceful purpose in my heart, and I also carry blessed steel when I do it. Because there's some mean Bigfoots out there, right?
Well, certainly.
Um, but I'm
If
not going like the people that go to haunted houses just to poke at it.
oh,
Don't be doing that. Something might follow you home. Like it depends what the haunting is. And I'm not some sort. I don't want to paint myself as some sort of huge expert on the matter. I am not. But there are different types of spiritual entities. Okay, um, there's lots of different types of spiritual entities. Some of them are more malicious than others. Some of them are pranksters. Um, some of them, I mean, like, are you like if you went to vandalize a church? Do you think the angels would be nice to you after that?
no.
Right? So, like, maybe there's even good entities that if you engage them incorrect, like if you go and screw around in a graveyard disrespectfully at night, yeah, something might mess with you, and it might be something holy.
Oh yeah.
So,
Or I'll tell you a story. There was a gentleman who was I met, and he told me this, and he told me in such a way that I believe him. Um, where he said he was searching for God, and he went out into the camp, into the woods, searching for God. Now, the thing is that the ability to find God was already there. His family wasn't very Catholic, lapsed Catholics, as many stories are told about this, though I've heard plenty from Protestants too, to be clear. He had a Bible near at hand that he could find God with. He had certainly people around him who were, because he was at a camp. I'm sure it was at least religiously based, maybe. But he certainly could have called up a parish. There were resources at hand that he could have used to find God properly, but instead he wandered randomly into the forest. And he came, and now we live in the Missouri. I live in the Missouri Ozarks, I should say, and there's mountains and cliffs and trees and everything else like that. It's a very rugged landscape you wouldn't believe for things like Kansas and Kansas City. But he came to a certain spot and he started asking anyone, anything, the stars, if they would show him God. So he turns around because he feels a presence. And he follows what he says, something like a woman in white, until she led him to a deer carcass. And he said, I clearly must worship a deity of death. And he said he worshiped Hel, the Norse goddess of death and Hades and stuff like that. There, Helheim.
Who's not as bad as that. She's not as bad as that sounds, for the record.
Oh,
She's an
sure.
interesting deity.
As as far as demons that he could choose to worship go, he could worship Ares and be addicted to pink mist, if you get me. There's yeah, he could worship an Aztec deity and believe his sins are shit out by their purity goddess, and so his sins water the earth with her shit. He's purified when
Okay,
she
the Aztec deities are complete demons.
it's complete demons. It's one of those things. Yeah, sure, but he's still hellbound. And
Yeah,
and that's
Hell's Realm isn't too bad.
yeah, but he'll be
Very
burning in the lake of
quiet.
fire
It's very
in
no.
the end.
Hell's Realm is very quiet.
Sure. It's as quiet as the grave, as they say.
Oh, it is.
Uh,
It is. It's a nice, calm, restful place. It's like a
hmm.
graveyard. No, that was
uh,
definitely hell.
oh yeah. Well, and it's like I don't. It's always surprising to me who even though I take these things very I'm very pro Christian and in the strictest Protestant traditions. It's still like no, this is the spiritual war is entirely real, and if we saw even a tenth of it, or even a percentage of it, we would immediately fall on our knees and beg God for mercy. Uh,
I find
every.
myself, and I'll
Mm,
be honest, I find myself increasingly syncretist about things. Um, Largely from coming from a devoted place of Christianity and
mm,
reading the Bible. Um, they're like there. I'm My view of it is there are a lot of energies out there. Actually, a good way of putting it, just very simply, is not everything. Some of the things that seem awful are initiatory, and some of the
mm.
things that seem of the light are panaceas or they're soporifics.
Yes, I affirm that
Which
as well.
I
Generally.
think I'm pretty sure you're a guy that stared into the abyss a few times and come back stronger from it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's oh yeah.
So I
People.
think you know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about. There are abysses within abysses that most people never really have to face. In the same way that people who go through real struggles do, and come out without being malformed by them. And
I
even
mean,
then, you. Mm,
the ridiculous thing about the people that want to, like what you were saying about the people that want to get angry at God, or
hmm.
just become a drug dealer, become a pusher, go
Right.
sell drugs to homeless people. Within a year, you'll get hired by the CIA, man. And right? Like
Yeah.
if you're actually serious about it, like obviously not. You're pussyfooting around.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's like the most dangerous place to be. It's half screwing with dark stuff.
Oh yeah. And it's like, well, yeah. No, I've dealt with some people. It's like, oh, I'm this, I'm so bad, and mentally I'm going, shut up, you're not that bad. If you were that bad, you would you would be acting in a certain way that would be most, reprehensible. Instead you're playing with something. It's like from Caves of Steel by Isaac Asimov, where she refers to herself as Jezebel, because she think it's wicked that her parents named her Jezebel. Don't you know? It's a little wickedness that she's named Jezebel, and the husband's like, yeah, but she was like a loyal wife. Like it's good that a wife is named Jezebel because he was being a sophist. Um, but she then joins some sort of like anti-robot cult or something like that because she
I
had
need
to
to
find
reread that
something
story. It's been so
wicked
long. That's the
to
one set
be.
on Earth, right?
Yes,
Elijah
yes,
Schaefer is the detective, right?
I think so. It's he's investigating a murder that a robot supposedly did.
Yes, with Daniil is the name of the
Yes,
robot.
that's right.
And I remember nothing else aside from the cave. Like they're in metal caves underground, like they're in vaults basically.
Yeah,
I
it's
remember the second one on Luna where all of the humans are just gooners.
that
Like that's what I
would
think
be the
about a lot.
Asimosian society.
Uh, there's a there's a meme I saw where it's like, "Hey mom, can we have ritual?" It's like, "No, we have ritual at home." And then mom was like, "Ritual at home, gooning."
Sorry, bud, you're in a longhouse. You get the longhouse rituals.
But I was thinking about that because um, there is so much powerful magic in Christianity, so much powerful ritual. And see, I'm going to stay agnostic on your friend that met hell.
Mm,
I'll stay agnostic on that because hell was not a goddess of chaos and murder and cruelty. Um,
sure.
she's the feminine persona of the Grim Reaper, essentially. He's just doing his job, man. Can you imagine if evil people live forever?
Oh, no.
Um,
No, thank
but
you.
there is something to be said for being in the right mind state, for taking advantage of rituals, for having
Mm,
daily prayers, for all of that. And that's like don't be messing with the Ouija board, man.
no.
Develop a devotional life, which I don't do enough of. Okay, I'm half talking to myself right now. Uh, like yeah, there's shortcuts. You can take psilocybin mushrooms. And I'm not saying you shouldn't. But there's also daily practices, right? It's like
Yeah.
there's steroids and then there's going to the gym.
Well,
Steroids can be part of it, but going to
yeah.
the gym is the important part. And
Well, it's like the hippies from. Well, actually, I'll let you finish. I'll let you finish, and then
no, no, that's what I said. Go ahead.
yeah.
The hippies, perfect. Let's bring the hippies into this.
Right. So, like I'm a big fan of Francis Schaeffer. He wrote a great book that all people should read, called "How Should We Then Live." It explains the thought process from early Christendom and Western Europe to now, how we got here. What were the main threads? It's a very holistic book when looking at our society. How should we then live? I've talked about it many times. But essentially, the hippie movement is like this culmination of non-meaning and sort of sex within the society, the degenerated society that was created after World War II, by a lot of the same people behind Weimar, which blows the mind that they somehow survived. But whatever. um they believe that they would free themselves from the oppression of quote unquote oppression of, like, the greatest gin and the lost generation and so on, through sex and free love. And they had this idea of a religious revival. um People say that there has been four great awakenings within America. I disagree. I believe that there has been maybe two, maybe, excuse me, maybe three, if you want to include a bunch of Christian based cults that appeared at the beginning of the 19th century. And then, of course, the fourth one would be the hippie movement. Um, people say that it's a Christian one, but in reality, all we got out of it was mega churches, and mega churches have not been a good thing. Um, when they're run by a man called Spurgeon, oh, a mega church is a great thing. When you have Spurgeon thundering from the pulpit, but no, most of these guys aren't anywhere close to the theological mastery that Spurgeon had.
Have
It
you
was a
ever read Stranger in a Strange Land?
I refuse.
You should. Heinlein predicted the mega churches.
Yeah, well, no, the mega churches were. Hold on, let me make sure my dates are right.
You know what? I could be. Well, yeah, I could be wrong about that too. If they were already coming on, he might have just noticed a trend. The guy had his
19,
ear to the ground, at least.
1961. Yeah, no, he mega churches were already a thing by then. They weren't called mega churches, admittedly, but there were churches with thousands of members by that time, well before that time.
The mega
Um,
church in his novel,
hmm.
they had prayer slot machines, so it wasn't
Yeah,
gambling because you'd get a fortune cookie prayer out of it if you lost.
that's funny. That's funny. Uh, I believe it. You put that in a casino, it'll be the most popular slot machine they got. Oh, it's spiritual, honey. You see
Oh
this.
shoot! Dude,
Ugh.
now I'm tempted. Okay, that is actually a seriously a
I got
smart
10%.
evil idea.
I
That
got
is
10%,
actually a
Aurini.
can't do it. Can't do it, man. It's you're entering a whole world. You're
Yep.
entering a whole world you don't even want to get into.
Oh, absolutely not. But
You
these
can't
these
stop
hip.
at just one.
Oh no. Oh no. No. Uh. Anyway. There. Anyway.
You could
Well.
register it as a church too.
Tax free, baby. But
This is even better than Scientology. Shit.
like L. Ron Hubbard comes out of the grave and he's like, "What the fuck?" Even
People call me a narcissist sometimes. Like I'm an egotistical son of a bitch. But it's like if
yeah,
I were actually a narcissist, like I think I've got the charisma to pull that off, right? Like a cult of gambling. Jeez,
yeah.
I could. Except it'd be so unfulfilling.
David Portnoy would kill you for it. Sorry, bud.
Couldn't actually do it, but
Who
oh
know
man,
if he would? Who know if he is involved in that? But someone organized would go after you for it. But come on, roll the dice. Roll the dice. You want to be free of cancer? Well, we'll spin the roulette wheel. Ugh.
I
Anyway,
don't know how those people even exist.
I don't know either. Sometimes they'll it's like that thing you said to me before we even started. It's like you'd pity them if you knew their lives. Like seeing David Portnoy post a video to his feeds, and I don't follow him. People were making fun of him. That's why I know this. Go like, oh, you can't do that, ref, offside, something. He's like screaming because of a football game. His sports ball game goes off a little bit. Maybe he had a fix in the bag or something. That he was so angry about it. The sports betting guy. But he's like posting a video of himself screaming and crying, about the results of a game, and it's like I can't imagine living like that.
I've actually heard sports betting is it is a smart way to make money because most people are emotionally involved in sports. If
Oh yeah,
like which I'm not,
no,
and if you're not, but you're hardworking enough to go study the statistics on them, you
hmm
can actually make really smart bets, and you're mostly betting against people that are being emotional. So,
it's probably better money, better results in the stock market,
well, exactly, you're going
generally.
up against AIs there. Although these days you're probably going up against AIs with sport. Oh God, I don't know. I don't know, man.
I don't want to know, but
Robots are doing everything.
yeah. Well, we've been distracted. Hippies,
We're talking about hippies. Okay, so
hippies.
what I was going
Yeah.
to say about the hippie movement
Mm.
is the hippie movement definitely, and possibly the other spiritual revivals before that, they've all been deliberately subverted.
Mm, yes.
Like we have the CIA testing LSD and pushing. So the Grateful Dead is the best example of this, where their
Yes.
lyrics make no sense whatsoever, and people are taking this extremely powerful psychoactive, who are like it's like giving a new driver a Ducati,
Yep.
right? It's and I don't mean the tractor. um, I'm one of the few people that knows Ducatis both as the motorcycle and tractor company. Uh,
Well, I was talking to somebody, and this guy was saying, "Oh, I met." I can't remember, but it was one of the heads of the Fed. Like the big money printing operation in
mhm.
the U.S. He met like the head of the Fed at a Grateful Dead concert. Like, there's something wrong with that band because that's not the first time I've heard. That's just the most recent time somebody said that such and such super high official is visiting the Grateful Dead. Um, Admittedly, they were just there chilling, in line for a hot dog, but it's
It's
like
far out,
sometimes
man.
I know, right? But sometimes it's like, the right people keep, they get brought up too many times. It's like Bob Dylan. I know maybe one or two people through the internet, not even in person. These aren't people I know in person, but just people, one or two, who actually like Bob Dylan.
I kind of like Bob Dylan.
Okay, so it's three, and it's someone I actually know now.
I like lots of weird stuff, though, man.
I mean, I'm a
I,
fan of the Doors, so I can't say. I can't say.
I mean, you've heard have you heard some of the music I've done with Starving Vampires?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I mean, like that. I like the schizoid stuff. I like David Firth. I like the weird stuff, man.
yeah.
It's, anything that doesn't kill you just makes you weirder.
Ugh. Yeah, but that's what the
So,
hippies took out of it, and it's like, where have they gone from there? They haven't really
well, I
done
think
anything.
the good hippies were all subverted at every opportunity.
Yeah,
Well, the whole idea of hippiedom is it's grabbed and exploited by the power systems that exist in the world. Um, you know what?
yeah.
It's the exact same thing. So recently, I'm not going to name any names because I don't know for certain with any particular name, and also because I could get accused of jealousy or something like that, sour grapes. But I'm just observing that in the past 6 months, a whole bunch of opinions that even alluding to them 5 years ago would get you kicked off the internet are now being championed by people
Mm.
who were saying you should get kicked off the internet for these opinions 5 years ago.
Oh yeah.
And none of the old voices, for the most part, right? But
Hmm.
it's mostly like people that have been saying X, Y, and Z for 20 frickin' years. They're not the ones that are at the leading this parade.
Yeah.
So I think it's the same damn thing with the hippie movement. Like I actually think there really was something to the hippie movement. Um, like my mother was that type of hippie. She sewed her own damn dresses in college for crying out loud. Like
Nice.
there's like
Yeah.
yeah, like brown earth mother dresses. It was ridiculous. Uh,
Right.
like she's a genuine hippie, okay, but like the positive kind. I don't
Right.
want to go. I don't want to expose my mother's entire life, but no, she's a saint. She got me for a son. She she's solid. She tries to talk to the groundhogs into leaving so that we don't have to shoot them. Um, very loving woman.
Mhm.
Very spiritual, very earthy, um, but not a drug addict. Uh,
Right.
fairly socially conservative, and there was this, as opposed to this rapacious capitalism. Um, which I feel like I should expand on that. What modern housing? I just watched a really cool short documentary on how much more efficient log cabins are at keeping you warm in the winter than modern
Mm,
houses. Modern houses are premised upon cheap energy. So we slap a frame together, we slap a roof on it, we slap some drywall on the sides,
yes.
and then we run the heater like crazy, even though half the heat is bleeding out through cracks in the house.
Mm,
Whereas with the log cabin, you can you can heat it with a small fire, just a very small, only a few logs is all you need, and you can leave it for 3 days, and it'll still be above zero in like -40. For various reasons, but like it's all these cheap, quick, fast, but low quality products. This cheap, quick, fast agriculture, and this rather than a harmonious relationship with the land, a quick, fast, exploitative relationship with the land. That's what I mean by capitalism run amok.
yeah.
And I think the hippies were onto something with that.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a comment. Sports betting is akin to the gold rush. Your best way to get rich is to be the guy running the betting venues. Damn straight.
That's right. I knew a guy in one of my bouncing gigs who was a I won't say he was the guy running it, but he was a nexus of sports betting in his African American community, and it was a
Smart
yeah,
motherfucker.
he would
That that
you
that nigga laid it quite flat.
he he would basically hang out at a certain bar. You know, he had friends, and he would put some money out himself, never as much as anyone else. You know, and he would just kind of work around everybody, and it was you know, not that I was ever paid to protect him or anything like that. He was well loved, but it's like you know, it's like yeah, but that's a that's some easy money you're making there. Um, you see all types of people like that. You know, all these grifts and stuff like that. And I see that stuff in the hippie movement. You, like how do I want to put it? Like it's from
The
where it came
grifters
from
rise
in
to the top.
oh yeah, but like where it came from in California, like the people who came out of it, especially like in the say the sci-fi realm or the Society for Creative Acronism, that sort of thing. All of them horrifyingly evil people, you know, abusers of kids and stuff like that.
Oh Jesus, yeah. The
And
whole yeah. There's the whole sci-fi thing. I can't remember
mm,
what the name of it, what the scandal is called, but
bring well the big one was the Breen Boggle, uh, where he apparently had like the kids naked
wait,
and in front of their
David
parents?
Brin?
Yeah.
All right,
Or not
that's
no,
this
no, it
one.
was Walter Breen, Walter Breen.
Oh, Walter Breen. Okay, sorry,
Breen Noggle.
Breen, not Brin.
Right, right. But, you know, like, it's one of those things where it's like those were the same people who, you know, were maybe not the same as the hippie movement, but parallel to it. And, like, you look over to the left and the right, you know, you look over to the left and you see, you know, these hideously deformed, souled people, and then you see, you know, like, one of the things that isn't studied enough is the fact that cults sprung out like weeds, the entire hippie movement. Ekankar is one of the big ones still around. We were talking about L. Ron Hubbard earlier.
Yep.
Um, you know, his stuff is still around. You know,
Who
there was
used to be a roommate with a top NASA scientist, by the way.
I know he also was the apprentice of the chief witch of America at one point. Um,
Hmm.
and then scammed him out of like six figures worth of money, like $1 million now. But um,
Yeah, he
what
cucked
a
the scientist.
and he cut yeah no he cucked the witch guy too. Like there's we might be
No
talking
honor
about the
amongst
same people.
thieves.
We might be talking about the same people actually.
Actually, yeah,
Uh,
I think it might be the same guy. Yeah, because
yeah,
he eventually got fired and became a professional psychic or
yeah,
something like that.
yeah. No,
Jesus,
he was a student of LeVay. Um,
yes, yes.
and yeah, and it's like you look like whatever the hippies were, and believe you me, like one of the strongest arguments against like rampant capitalism is the Lord's stewardship, Lord giving humanity stewardship over the earth. To abuse its wealth and riches in the ways that like poison the water table is probably not a godly way to do it. I'm stretching my neck out here, Aurini.
I know,
I'm
radical
just radical.
opinion there.
I know, like
Maybe we
poisoning
shouldn't
the
be
water supply.
maybe we shouldn't be putting microplastics into our testicles. I don't know, guys.
I don't know. This doesn't seem like a good thing, but like, but it's clear that even whatever the hippies were trying to be, all their children, you know, were wicked. It created a parallel society within America and probably Canada as well, and other places, Western Europe in general, where there were those people who we would call of the left, the woke, the SJWs and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Whatever term is hip these days, and then not even a right wing people, but just people trying to live their lives. Like I'm sure you saw some of the Caleb Hammer stuff that's going a little viral.
No, who's that?
He's uh he basically does these financial reviews for dumb people, where he tells them that
Yo,
uh, paying ridiculous sums of money for stupid shit is
keep
bad.
your daughters away from that guy. That's all I'm gonna say.
Probably.
Not that I know anything. Not that I know any inside cool or anything, but yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan.
Yeah.
I
He
mean, like yes,
he's not so bad.
He's right about everything.
Oh yeah. Well, like he's also pointing out the fact that every single veteran seems to have disability and no ability to handle their money. Um,
Hey, I'll have you know I have a credit rating and I
oh, you
don't
have a
get
credit
any
rating.
disability. I finally do actually. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm
But
good going now.
not all veterans, of course, but the ones on his show. Um, anyway, the point is that he there was this woman who was like, "Oh, you're not woke. How dare you talk to me like this?" And he's like, "No, we're done with that." He's it was great. It was fantastic. He doesn't even give her anything. It's like it's not a discussion anymore. We're just done. We're not doing it. Your credit rating is like 133. We're not doing this thing. I exaggerate, but no, it's like it created the two camps: the people who want to live and left alone, and one of the things we have to do, what we're seeing now, is an actual creation of a right wing that isn't just a handful of thinkers and libertarians and stuff.
Well, okay, so
Um,
here's my caution.
mm,
Um, do you remember mop theory?
no.
So this was like early internet. I think it was first read on like BBS's. The mop theory was trying to explain why anytime a niche culture goes mainstream, it turns to crap. And
Mm,
so the cycle goes like this. You've got the old sound. The old sound is corporate, it's bland, it's boring, it's inoffensive, it sucks. So then the geeks come out and say, you know what? We need to make a new sound. And the geeks work together and they get a new sound. And some of the geeks are the musicians, some of the geeks are in the audience, but you got this niche sound. It's the new
mm,
sound. And then because it starts getting popular, the mops show up. Don't ask me what mop stands for. It was never explained to me. But the mops are just there for a good time. It's like, there's something happening Friday. So
mm,
they start showing up. And at first, the geeks are excited. Like, hey, now there's like more people here. There's money. Maybe we can replace the bad corporate sound with the cool new sound. Well, then the
mhm,
psychopaths start noticing things. They're like, I could monetize this. Those mops are just full of money. And so the psychopaths start promoting the bands that are a little bit less edgy, that tone it down a little bit, and soon enough, the new sound is exactly the same as the old sound, ruined by the psychopaths
mhm,
yet again. And so, what I'm saying about the hippie movement, as well as what's happening with the right wing right now, is that when an idea starts catching on, and so you have the original hippies who are the geeks. These are the people actually doing organic farming and raw milk and all that other stuff. And they're mostly kind of loners. They're geeks.
Mm.
Well, eventually the mops catch on to this, and then the psychopaths show up because the mops always want to be part of a cult. And so, yeah, you have all these really abusive hippie cults that form, but it
Yep.
wasn't the hippies that did it. The hippies start the thing, and then the mops and the psychopaths show up, and that's where you get the cult from. And I kind of think the same thing's happening with the right wing right now. Like the anti-Indian sentiment, it's largely driven by the fact that we just had 1/4 of our population brought into Canada from India. Um,
Hmm.
but it's also being driven by somebody online,
Yeah.
probably, which is just like
Me.
the,
I'm doing it.
I think it's our governments. The same government that brought them over is now training us to hate them because
Well,
that's what these animals do.
yeah, but it's like I get so maybe it's also part of the government conspiracy, but I would get calls, like 3 to 5 calls. Employers would notice that I continuously get calls. My spam filter wouldn't work, et cetera, and of course, it was always the same sort of thing, Indians trying to scam me or my father over some new thing. I didn't even care. I don't know. I'd have some fun with it, but it's, for a lot of it's just I don't want to deal with this. Put me on a no call list. Click. No refuse. It's how do I want to put it? Yeah, sure. You're absolutely right. I firmly
I just
believe
find
that
it
there's a
I find it
faction for it,
suspicious.
but
Believe me,
mm,
I deport all of them. Um, I'm also not happy about all the jackknives on the QE2 today,
yeah,
but it's being pushed. And when it's being pushed, it's like I know the pushing person pushing it's not on my side,
yeah,
even if he's saying the things from my side.
it's true. Well, and there's like the fact that I think the Indian hate stuff didn't really become mainstream until Vivek's crash out. Uh,
Oh, you
last
mean him
Christmas.
suing the guy? Or
Last
last
Christmas,
Christmas? Yes,
where
yes.
he went, "Why are you
Stupid
giving?"
Americans.
Right? Why aren't you making your kids watch Whiplash? My kids watch Whiplash, and of course, since then, plenty of images of his kids, like playing with toys and stuff like that. Oh, sure, Vivek, you're so wholesome. I'm sure you put him to sleep with J.K. Simmons screaming every night. Um, have you seen Whiplash? I haven't seen Whiplash, but I know it.
No, I haven't. It's like a
No.
trading movie or something.
No, it's about a drummer, being pushed to the edge, by J.K. Simmons, as his music teacher. And it's like, psychologically, he gets psychologically tortured into being the ultimate jazz drummer or something. It's I've no desire to actually watch it, but I know the meme. Um, there's a great American Dad parody of it where Roger is J.K. Simmons, but as a clown teacher. Uh, and he's forcing Steve to do more and more clowning until eventually Steve breaks his arm trying to get into a car that's far too small for him. It's
There,
it's
there's
it's
somewhere
fun.
there's a fine line between being a coach that pushes your student further than they think they can go.
Mm,
Well, here's the question:
yeah.
Was Yoda mentoring Luke Skywalker, or was he trying to turn him into a wind-up toy to murder his father? It's
Luke Skywalker was a product of the MK Ultra system. I mean, the signs are there. Signs are there. Cult, incest, uh, a weird old man guiding his steps in psychologically manipulative ways. I mean, I'm not saying Palpatine destroyed the Death Star. I am saying the hand is there.
I mean, you're telling me that the guy who's built the thing, it's his kid that blows it up, and that's just a coincidence?
It's just a coincidence, and they're building another one. Uh,
Well,
yeah.
Luke was definitely like. So I've been listening to had this channel recommended to me by one of my viewers, Predictive History,
Mm,
who he's doing this occult analysis of Western history and religious development
Yeah.
from a Chinese perspective. So it's really interesting. Because he's going to see things from such a different perspective that I appreciate it for that alone. But one of the things he argues is that when Christianity was adopted by the masses in the West, that
Mhm.
the occult mystery religions still persisted. Now, I have quite a bit of sympathy for the mystery religions. In particular, what's the one where they killed the bull?
Mithras.
Mithras, yeah. Mithras is he's my bro, man. He's my bro. I totally would have been part of that mystery religion. Um, it's like the opposite of the Baal cult. You know,
Yeah.
instead of worshiping the bull, you murder it, and then you go to war. Based. But
Oh, what's
I
that?
got,
You
I got,
murder your children instead of a bull? That's kind of cringe, bro.
yeah, that's cringe. That's cringe, man. Thank God we don't murder our children for financial prosperity modern day.
Right.
So I have a lot of sympathy for the mystery religions, particularly. You follow Homath, right? Psychomath, whatever. He's going by Psychomath these days.
Oh, sure. I used to, and then it's like, oh, this is the same stuff over and over, and I moved on. It's
I've been digging. I've been digging deep into Ken Wilber
mm,
and the spiral dynamics, the layers of cognition,
yeah.
and this, and also it helps explain a lot of things from history as well. I My main field of study in university was history, and I've
Mm.
continued to pursue it, just trying to understand what the heck is going on in this world.
What was that spiral?
Spiral dynamics or integral theory. Ken Wilber picked terrible names for it.
Yeah, because it sounds like something that you'd have to learn in an engineering school. I'll look that up.
It's
Yeah.
so to explain it briefly, there's there's three main levels to how you think about yourself and others and the relationships between yourself and others.
Mm-hmm.
You have the pre-conventional level, which is completely focused upon you. Uh, Most kids start getting out of this in the like 8 to 12 years old, but like a baby just has needs, and little kids little kids are very manipulative. They try to be manipulative, right? Because
Yeah.
they now, if you're a 30-year-old acting like that, we put you in prison. But it's okay when little kids do it.
Well,
They want love, they want attention, um, they want candy, and they'll
mhm.
try and develop tactics to get those things
So
without. And, mhm.
if the girl is drunk and she's acting like this, what do we call it then? Just put her in the drunk tank,
Well,
sober
actually,
her
no.
out.
This is a perfect example that when we're drunk,
Mm,
we tend to regress a little
it's
bit. Like
true.
you're not thinking as clearly. Um, Conventional. Now, this is from Kohlberg's Stages of Moral Development, which is also related to Ken Wilber. It's easier to. This one's simple. There's only three instead of nine.
Mm,
Uh, Conventional is when you think about people having relationships.
right.
So at the start, you start thinking about what's the correct way to have relationships. What are the rules for relationships? Like, don't hit each other, don't steal. Um, and it can eventually progresses to everybody's an individual and should be respected with it, like with their individual needs. That's kind of the golden rule is there, and that's in conventional morality.
Right.
And then post-conventional morality is where you start to realize that you've been growing through these stages of morality, these stages of understanding, and that what is right for the ox is not what is right for Apollo. right? It's so kids need rules so they don't hurt themselves, and it's okay if they're selfish, but if an adult does that, that's not okay. We need to punish them.
Mm,
We like you shouldn't give kids absolute freedom to explore themselves. They don't know what the hell they're doing.
right.
But a kid in college should explore a few things. That's kind of what college is for. And then it gets into even more complex relationships with yourself that, I've been thinking about negative things today. Why did I think about those things? Why, like, what is this? What sort of relationships am I engendering with other people by the way I control my inner monologue?
Mm,
And that's post conventional morality. That's where you start trying to help lift everybody else up so we can have a better world. So, pre conventional is I want what I want. Conventional is we need some rules, and post conventional is how can we get everybody thinking better about all this stuff? To put it really simply.
yeah,
And I forget why I was talking. Oh, history. Okay.
right.
So, Roman times. Like the reason we had slavery back then, even though it's not a very economically smart system, is because it was our only way to get people to show up to work on time.
Yeah.
Right? And if you were one of the people that actually ascended to a higher level than that, like we were trying to get people up to like level 2. Most of them were still at level 1. Most adults were at level 1 back then, which is why you had to put them in chains. So the people that went to the mystery schools were the real mental adepts, right? It was a really like the cream of the cream right
Mm,
there. But now we have a lot of people at the higher levels compared to 2,000 years ago. And so it seems
yes,
like today, all the secret societies are evil. Because we like the good ones don't need to be secret anymore, right? Like
that's
we all
true.
part we all participated in an initiatory ceremony when we watched Luke Skywalker with Yoda.
Mm, I can see that.
Heck, even most of the lessons that Yoda was teaching him, like you remember when he first shows up at the hut and he's asking like, when do I get to meet this Yoda? And Yoda's like, for the Jedi, it is time to eat as well. It's like it used to be like this, like a master and apprentice in a
Yeah.
woodworking shop. Hey, kid, I paid for all 2 feet of that saw, not just the 6 inches you're using.
yes. Hmm.
So these secret societies kind of became normalized uh, in over the past couple millennia. And so, what makes the elite so damn special that they need to be the ones in charge? Oh, well, they sacrifice babies or something. I don't know, man. It's not good stuff.
yeah. And it's I get you because it's like thinking back to say dueling clubs and stuff like that, or when there were societies like mutual aid societies in America. There were tons of societies going around. A man might have 3 or 4 societies he's a part of. Masons, and then elk, and then a mutual aid society, and then maybe a drinking club. For different days or parts of the month or whatever, or maybe Mason and Elk cancel each other out. I don't know, um, but yeah, no, I get you, and it's also one of those things like which societies were pernicious enough to, tenacious maybe better enough to stick around. Elks, yeah, Masons, yeah, mutual aid societies were destroyed by the modern insurance machine. um a lot of like the dueling clubs and certain drinking clubs were just gone. Like there's still things like Toastmasters and stuff like that, but
Which are
really,
just a pale, not to insult Toastmasters, but that's a
mm,
pale imitation, right?
that's right.
It's like yeah, we've got ritual at home. Ritual is gooning, you know.
Mm,
Uh, like there's nothing wrong with Toastmasters, but it's like the least. I like bland food sometimes, okay? There's nothing wrong with bland food, but it's like the
Right.
only one, it's the most boring.
Yes. Yeah. And that's a
And
yeah,
I'm
it's
not trying to insult Toastmasters. I might join at some point, okay? I'm not trying to insult it. Just
mm, there's a yeah, with Toastmasters and stuff like that, there's how do I want to put it? It's like it's not that there's anything wrong with it, but it's clearly a social ritual rather than anything deeper meaning. Like I've met people who are part of Toastmasters. They don't really know the other people in Toastmasters. They show up and give a speech. But if you talk to them about business, there's no special Masonic style. Oh, you're a brother. Oh, your brother. The price has changed well for you, kind of thing. Um, which
there's
is
no
mm,
moral commitment to
right.
it. It's a hobby club. Like the Society for Creative Anachronisms
Mm,
is more of a mutual aid, although it's mostly just for getting laid.
yes. Uh, yeah.
You want to hear something really funny?
Yeah.
I had an SCA member who was they said they followed the Nordic gods. Um, lecture me as a Catholic due to the Crusades and slavery or something. I'm like, do you know what the Vikings got up to?
It's like you're not even shocked. You're just kind of like, this is you just not know what went on.
Yeah, it's like, first of all, the Crusades were completely justified. At least the first
Completely
one.
justified.
The last three didn't turn out all that great, but the first one I fully support.
Oh
Um,
yeah. Well, it's like people look at St. Louis's Crusades. Oh, he didn't take back the Holy Land, the fifth and seventh. I'm like, yeah, but he wiped out every single pirate from Tunisia to Egypt. Like which was like is like we're
which
gonna
is a
retake
war on
Jerusalem.
Islam.
Yeah. Well, it's like part of the reason why Genoa and Venice and all those other guys could get, as powerful as they did was because it took a couple hundred years before there was another Islamic naval sea power. Um,
All
at
right, wait,
least of the same class.
I gotta ask something. This
Mm,
thing in the background, is this a card game using a tarot deck?
sort of. So it's called Balatro and it is addictive. I'm gonna warn you this right now. It is so addictive. I've been during an unemployed time of my life, not recently. I have just
Based.
sat there and
Based.
I've
Having a
just
job
sat
as a
there and
Grinch.
played it till like 5 a.m. To hit, to break the game, and even with a modified version I'm playing that like has like a tougher algorithm to it, so it won't just break when you hit like several quintillion. It had it's so like 100.
So yes is the answer. I didn't realize there was card games using the major arcana.
Yeah, sorry.
That is cool.
But yeah, Balatro. So like for this, death, for example, turns the left card into the right card. Strength bumps up a couple cards as number, that sort of thing, and that's what they're used for. Bonuses and stuff like that. And then you have different types of jokers, and you have spectral cards, which are different things, different commands, and then you can get mods for it. Yeah, but it is addictive. I have broken it though, even with the enhanced strength of its ability to crunch numbers. Um, but I didn't have
Far
much
out,
else
man.
going on. Yeah, but I
I,
put
I
this stuff up
wasn't sure
for.
what that was.
Mm,
Okay. You're cool.
yeah,
Cool. You're
yeah.
playing cards, keeping your mind sharp. Now, did you know if you take the major arcana
Mm,
and lay them out there's 21 plus the fool. If you lay them out in groups of 7,
Mm.
you've pretty much got the first 3 Star Wars movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm dead serious, man. Yeah, they have a striking resemblance to the first 3 Star Wars movies.
Just in how they are played through, like the events inside.
Yes. Now, there's actually a deeper reason for that. Because the first Star Wars movie is a basic hero's journey, right? Dumb shit
Right.
gets the prize at the end. The second Star Wars movie goes underground. Experienced warrior just gets beat up and shit on and then loses at the end and barely gets away with his life intact. And then the third one is actually both movies at the same time, where Luke has embraced his shadow and he is living authentically, and he's not going to be just a wind-up toy for Obi-Wan and Yoda. He's going to do his own thing and overcome. And the tarot cards form the same pattern. The first 7 are what are they? So you've got the Magician, you've got the Empress, Magician, the female mystic, the Papess. I forget what they call her.
Not Hierophant. There's the Empress, the Magician sometimes, Temperance maybe.
No, it's basically you have the male magician, who is you've got the male magician, you've got the female magician, female mystic. Then you've got the Empress. Then you've got the Emperor. Then
High
you've
Priestess.
got High Priestess. Thank you. Then you've got the Hierophant, the Pope. Then you've got what's the next one? The last one is the Chariot.
Lovers.
Is it Lovers?
I'm looking at it. It's on screen.
Oh, okay, perfect. Right. The Lovers, and then the Chariot, which is destroying the Death Star at the end. The Chariot, and it's also getting a medal at the end. The Chariot has yoked, like the 2 Sphinxes are going in opposite directions, but they're yoked together for the Chariot. So it's like controlled power. It's ego. It's your public face. Yeah, if you toss the Fool, then it's even better. Cause like the Fool's at all places at all times. That's why he's the 0. But he's going on an adventure. And at the start of an adventure, you're always a fool compared to where you are at the end of the adventure, even if you're an experienced fool. So, yeah. And so the next one, so the second one starts off, it's just as the Hermit's really early. So, yeah, the second row is kind of dark, but it's still got, like, you've got, instead of like positive figures of the Emperor is physical authority. The Empress is kind of Mother Nature. It's the law of animals that of blood that we live under. In the next one, you get more punishing archetypes. You get Justice. You get the Hanged Man is initiation, by the way. It's Christ. It's Odin. But then on the last layer, you get really abstract stuff. Like you start with the Devil. Now, what's really interesting about the Devil card is the chains around the male and female imp. They're not actually chained to the devil, which means desire, physical pleasure. They're not actually chained to it. They could take it off at any time. And then you have the Tower, which is God kicking you out of your safe environment. Then you get, so these are like really crazy ones on the bottom level, which is, it's both like the simple, the dark, and then both at once. I don't know if that made any sense.
No, it makes sense.
I should do a video on this, man. I could go on a long time about this. I don't want to bore people. I might do a video dedicated to it.
Well, and it's it's one of those things where there's a duality to it that most people will not be able to even understand, let alone handle accurately, which is the knowledge that, these things either serve God or they can be used against you.
Oh,
Because I've known people who've done this thing, and it's like, well, now I'm a mystic and I hate God and stuff like that. This is all the power I need, and they're more obese than I am, sitting in a smelly psychic's room, trying to make a living flipping tarot for old people, who, other people who refuse to set down for it. It's like there's this secret knowledge that enhances your knowledge of God because he does put these systems in place, deeper systems than we know. And then, of course,
there's an
mm,
archetypal energy to these things that is very foundationally related to existence. And it's weird. I don't know why it's like that. Have you ever seen like how Hebrew, like all the numerology of Hebrew and words spelt backwards and forwards? You're familiar with all of that, right?
too familiar. Yeah.
Now, I'm pretty sure that exists in every language. I don't think it's unique to Hebrew. I think it's actually present. I think it's inevitably present in every language, which is really
Mm.
spooky. And I
Oh,
don't know
yeah.
why. I couldn't tell you why, but it's like if you play songs backwards,
Eh, yeah.
there is something to that. Either we're just seeing
Yeah.
shapes and clouds, or there's something to it. Maybe we're
Well,
just crazy.
there's shapes and clouds, but also it's how the language functions. Like English reads best, noun to verb to direct object and so on, because it's actually a super powerful way to share information. You know what the person is talking about. Like people say they have difficulties with English, but really what they have difficulties with is the logic of how English is constructed. French is somewhat similar and has even a higher information point than English does. But things like Chinese or German actually takes longer to say the same things and doesn't have any of the shortcuts that like English has. And it creates it's as much the mindset, excuse me, of the civilization that produced them as it is the language itself. So the reason why we have so many rules about the Tetragrammaton and all these other things with Judy Hebrew is because of who the speakers were. The Jews took their work, and because there's word games within Hebrew, how God talks and stuff like that. There's even like a series of prophecies from one of the minor prophets where he's just punning people as he's declaring that they're going to be destroyed. So it's clear that there's a history of, I think it's like Malachi or something, like not Malachi, Micah, I think, or something like that. And it's clear that there's you know word games within it, how Yahweh, for example, is written in, and how it's treated in very special ways. So you have a people that are fundamentally interested in the games of their own language, in the same way that I would play with a poem and have meter and rhyme and double entendre. They would work in the tetragrammaton. Like, I'm not saying it's the same thing as poetry to them. It's much more religious than anything I would write, but it's like, how do I want to put it? It's in the sauce of the people who are speaking it as much the language itself. And
Do
so,
it so frustrating about all of this. Are you familiar with in the medieval era? They were trying to seek after the original language of Adam and Eve,
hmm, Ursprach.
and there was this idea that there'd be like the one truest language,
Mhm.
the best,
Yeah.
like big rock is best rock, and that there isn't. Like I think it's just all languages have the
Mm.
it's like okay, Jordan Peterson talked about the Bible being like a hyperlinked story because every part refers to every other part. Did
It's
you hear
true.
that speech of his?
Oh no, it's in Protestant circles, it's actually explicitly studied.
Mm.
You're not really a true student of the Bible until you have your own concordance, and these things are so big you could kill a small dog if they dropped on
Same thing holds true for the Star Wars movies. Same
them.
thing holds true for the major arcana cards.
Hmm.
Like, and I would bet I am not going to force myself to watch these damn things, but I'll bet the same thing goes for the Harry Potter movies. I think it's
Maybe,
just,
yeah.
I think it's an inevitable part of. I was going to say fiction, but I mean storytelling. Storytelling is the correct way. It's some primordial aspect of reality that just it appears everywhere.
Yep, I believe it because otherwise storytelling wouldn't work. Like,
Yeah.
I was re-listening to one of Bronze Age Pervert's episode about Homer and the Iliad, the first one, and the Iliad starts with a very famous line, differently translated, but "Sing, O Muse, of the wrath of Achilles, Peleus' son." These sort of things wouldn't last from culture to culture, from maybe as much as 4,000 years before, maybe 3,000. Without having some ring of truth to them, even more than Troy existing. Certain things like the glory and blood of war, or the strength of men, and the workings of the gods above, certainly cannot just be, something that somebody made up around a fire just because he took a mushroom. Like I've seen how people act after taking psilocybin mushrooms.
Oh
The
god,
ones.
the idea that oh, it's just your brain misfiring. Like we're not huffing gasoline here, pal. Okay, I'll buy the huffing gasoline. It's
Mm,
just your brain misfiring. Okay, I will buy that one.
yeah, yeah, but it's like with like some of the people I've known, they change their mindsets. There is a change that comes over them, just like I've seen the change in certain Christians when they become saved. But at the same time, it's not like necessarily a good change. So I cannot believe, that the mushroom theory is what brought us a soul or something. We are communicating. I think I heard this from you. It's like communicating with the fungal network. Does
Oh
that
no, I think
mean
you
the
are.
Oh, yeah, yeah. No,
The
no, I
fungal net,
agree.
the fungal network does not is not the same thing as saying a benevolent entity.
Oh, yeah,
Some
yeah.
fungal networks are extremely freaking evil.
Oh, I believe it. The stuff coming out of Mexico that replaced all the stuff that came out of Alton and the Ozarks is certainly more evil than the stuff we have, and that's saying something. But
Oh god,
what
I'm
I'm trying to
tempted
say
by Dark Datura. I'm
is
tempted by Dark Datura, man.
does that mean that the fungus, the mushrooms, had a soul before we did? That Lovecraft was right? Uh,
I mean, why not?
I
I'm
know.
down for that.
I'm not, but except as a gag and a story, because there's a level of truth that we move from, that goes from the amusing talk that we're enjoying now to something that like what drove the hippies mad. They believed that drugs could save them, could save the world. That the mushroom could save them. Um, rejecting the God of their fathers and whatnot, which was a empty society at that point. An empty
Well,
letter.
like Nietzsche was right. Okay,
He
when
was
he
right.
said God is dead and we have killed him, he's just calling it, man.
He's just calling it.
He, he was right. Good Lord, Diogenes, man, like going around with a lantern in the daytime. I'm just looking for an honest man. Man of grit.
What was funny is I read these stories about Diogenes, and nobody's telling him just to fuck off.
Oh man,
I
they
think
didn't know
that
what to do back then.
I think that would have been
Diogenes is why they invented police and philosophy, for crying out loud.
a yeah. Well, But no, when it comes to like with like Diogenes is like everyone tries to reason with Diogenes and nobody just goes, look, you're a smelly old man. You live in a bucket. I understand you're a philosopher, but I don't want to talk to you about this.
No,
Like,
no, don't dirty him with that term. He was
uh-huh,
a noble
philosopher.
soul.
He was a noble soul. That's right.
I'm in my anti-philosophy bent right now. I think I think they should have made Socrates drink the hemlock earlier.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I've never, like, when you first hear about it, oh, how horrible, and then you read what he was saying and he was being a nuisance to everybody. It's like,
He was like the first Marxist, basically.
mm.
Like it is so.
That's a low blow, though. I mean, it's a low blow. It's a little.
It is a low blow. But have you read the three drunk old men arguing about bullshit after a soccer game? The Republic. Like, what the
No,
fuck
but
is he on about? No, seriously, read the Republic or listen to the audiobook.
sure.
It's I need to re-listen to it because half the stuff makes sense, and the other half's like, what are you on? Philosopher Kings? Get the fuck out of here, man. Like literally what they tried in India 4,000 years ago, and that place has been a shithole ever since.
Yep. Oh yeah. Well, it's like you get these philosopher kings, and all it means is that they rationalize their massacres. It's like these wise Chinese generals. Yes, I have followed the Tao by forcing my men to eat 10,000 captives.
There's a
I'm
meme on
an enlightened
4chan about
man.
like pick any random Chinese battle from history on Wikipedia. It's like 4 million people cannibalized. Freaking absurd, man. It's absurd.
Mm-hmm.
One of the best. There's this one guy I'm subscribed to. Can't remember his name right now, but he said the thing about like actually pursuing mysticism is like yes, like the proof of that you're doing it right is that you are going to get psychic powers, but then you're also not going to like want or even care about psychic powers because it's about pursuing the true, the good, the beautiful. It's about pursuing
Yes.
God ultimately. It's like the side effect is the miracles. If you're doing it wrong, you won't have any miracles. If you're doing it right,
Yeah.
you will, but like then you're not doing it for that purpose. It's if you're doing it for the mirror, like just go gamble or something. Get a hooker. Like it's
Yeah.
so much easier to just get a hooker.
If you're going to be evil, if you're going to reject God, you might as well just do the things that gratify your flesh.
Did I my dad told me something when I was because I used to like love the mafia. I thought the mafia was just the coolest thing ever. And he's like, "Well, if you think it's so cool, son, why don't you just swallow a condom full of cocaine and catch a flight for Mexico?" I was like, "Ugh, I don't want to do that." He was right, but like, what do you think this is?
Well, they just go to Italian restaurants and wear good suits all day.
Yeah. As opposed to being like a The Sopranos was brilliant.
Now, there's a
Yeah.
show. Well, one, it's one of those shows that are entirely on YouTube Shorts these days, but it's the best YouTube Shorts show on the market next to Breaking Bad. But
Another amazing series.
yeah, but it's like I've seen some of it, and it's like there's all this religion around them. They're good Catholics sometimes, quote unquote. To the point where Paulie is actively seeing, mystic, not necessarily mystic visions, but like, things are happening that if I saw them, I go, received, I'm leaving, I'm doing anything else than what I was doing, and he still goes down to his destruction. Or
You know,
like,
this is a
uh,
perfect example of the why evil enslaves you.
mm,
Right? Like I always remember that scene. I think it was
excuse me.
Paulie. where he like rams into the guy with his car and smashes his knees into a brick wall. I'm like, oh, fuck, that would hurt. Like I wouldn't want to do that to a motherfucker, right?
I popped a knee. I would like.
um, I have a lot of fun playing Kingdom Come Deliverance, but it's and yeah, and part of me really wants to sword fight some SOB, but I don't actually want to. I don't actually want to cut somebody open and have that like the yellow fat and their muscle under. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. Um, but like if Paulie hadn't done that, like that guy owed him money, but his business venture had gone south. They couldn't pay him back. Now, if Paulie hadn't done that, and Paulie started being a nice guy and being understanding about things, how long until somebody's doing that to Paulie, right?
Right.
And the higher up you get, the more it's like that. So your only form of
Yep.
entertainment is abusing the girls at your strip club.
Oh yeah. It's a it's an evil destroys you kind of thing. It's like, yeah, sure. Silvio shows up at his club. He's bada bang, beautiful women all over the place. But then at the same time he has to deal with them crying because some other mobster broke up with them or something. He has to go to whatever his name was apartment to rip out a dancer who owes him money. Like it's like the work. Yeah, sure. Rewards and everything, but he loses every poker game he's in. It's it's as much of a show about there's a certain amount of glamour to them and the big meals and stuff like that. But then there's also, Paulie having to run over a guy or somebody getting whacked all out of the blue.
How about when
Uh,
the young kid's girlfriend accidentally starts talking to an FBI officer, and I think it's Paulie again has to drive her out to the woods and cap her, and and the
Silvio, I think.
is it
And it's
Silvio?
Adriana, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, it's Silvio.
and the young guy knows it's happening, but he can't do anything. Like, what can he do? Like,
Mm,
your organization just got infiltrated by these are the frickin' rules. You
yep.
want to be a player? This is the game.
He curses it and he has to do it at the same time. What a way to live.
Yeah, exactly. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Have you played this game?
No,
That's the theme of the whole damn game. That
really.
so the first game is kind of like the prequel, where you go from being peasant boy that had his village burned down to being Mr. Hero guy that saves the day all the time. And minor spoiler, you're actually the bastard of the local lord. So
Classic.
in retrospect, the reason everybody keeps hiring you to do these missions, you get these wealthy bounties at the end of it, is because everybody knows you're his bastard. And they're kind of looking out for you and giving you opportunities. Well,
Right.
KCD2, you are in you're in hostile territory with a war going on between two kings in the Holy Roman Empire. Two brothers, both are claiming kingship. Um, you keep accidentally like you don't know who's on whose side, right? People keep switching sides. Some of them are snakes in the grass. But you're working with a mercenary company. Like you kill a bunch of honest city guards to free a mercenary captain he is a noble, but he's very effective in combat. And you're doing it for the rightful king, who's a retard, by the way.
Hmm.
But it was the usurper king who burned down your village. And you do a lot of morally gray stuff. The tagline, there's two taglines. Fortune favors the bold, and war is a messy business. And man, I recommend this game so much because it really forces you to reflect on like, am I really the good guy? Like maybe I'm not as bad as the really villainous bad guy, but I
Right.
don't know that I'm necessarily the good guy either, because I do a lot of bad shit to accomplish my. And I have a reason for doing the bad shit, but I'm still doing the bad shit.
Kingdom Come Deliverance and all that. I remember with the whole the second game, like the whole like gay stuff and whatnot, and it's like whatever story they want to tell, they threw it in there and submitted the story to a gay encounter that you just don't have to. You don't have to do it, guys. You inserted it in there. You put it in there. It's psychically there. People are
Oh,
thinking about it. People must react to it. It doesn't matter if it's like one thing down a relationship or whatever that you don't have to follow. It's the fact, the fact is that you put it there. It's
yeah, the gay romance part.
yeah.
Actually, there's two gay romances.
Oh, I just knew of the one.
Yeah, I'm doing my second playthrough. I only discovered the second one. There might be a third. I don't know.
Only
Actually,
three? Only four? How many gay romances could there be? Well, the first 20 weren't romances.
well, I haven't done the DLC in the monastery yet, so we'll see. Listen, I'm going to defend the game that if you're going for a major publishing deal,
Mm,
this is what you got to do.
put a little gay riz in it.
Yeah. And so that, you
Mm.
know what? You need some diversity. And so they have the gypsies,
Oh
the
my.
Romani, who are Indians, by the way. There's even a whole entry on them. It turns out Romani are Indians. They were the first chief. Um,
It's true.
so they have the Indians and they have a random black. But he's okay. The black guy's actually kind of interesting because he's an open coward and a bit of a sneaky male that had to run away from places because he slept with guys' wives. So he's
Yes.
he's not like the coolest black. He's actually kind of a shit stain in a few ways. Like no, he is an interesting character. He was probably put in for the diversity points, but they did something with it. And
Sure.
the Romani, they did something with the Romani too. Um, and they did something with the Jewish quarter as well. Like the Jews are actually they kind of act like assholes, even though obviously you ally with them against the Jewish pogrom. Um, you obviously don't. You couldn't do the opposite these days. It's like
Can a,
removing killable children from games. You know?
right? It's like, can you publish in this modern AAA industry without having an anti-pogrom message? I don't think so.
And but here's the thing: the only reason you are anti-pogrom is because your side of the conflict is anti-pogrom, and the other side of the conflict is pro-pogrom.
Mm.
And
Well,
it's
they owed
it's
money, you see.
well, no, I believe it's been a while, but Sigismund was
Mm.
gaining control over the local nobility by allowing them to have a pogrom to eliminate their debts to the Jewish community. And
Right.
the only reason you're pro the Jewish community is so that they'll be allies against Sigismund with you. So, you can pretend like it's the game repeatedly makes the point that it's just people on different sides. And you can say what you want about you're a holy like there's one point where you have to make a decision between burning down a village or engaging in a very risky assault on a castle that's going to cost you men.
Mm.
And that's how you became an adventurer in the first place. Your village got burned down. So it's which one are you? Are you going to sacrifice the lives of the men fighting for your cause? Or are you going to sacrifice your conscience?
Hmm. I don't know. I'd probably burn it down because, it's medieval times. Those villagers had it coming. They probably weren't paying their taxes anyway, as the peasants wanted to do.
Lazy peasants.
Lazy
The
peasants.
peasants are revolting, I know.
I can smell them from here. The it's like sir, the peasants aren't working. It's the feast of Saint Sigismund the Third again. And you're just sitting there like hoping that there isn't another Catholic feast tomorrow. A
Oh
third
god, I
of the
wish I was
year
a
by
medieval
the end of it,
peasant.
by the way.
Being a medieval peasant would have been the best, man.
Oh yeah. Like once you like as long as you have a thing that you're doing, whether it's farmer, which is backbreaking labor, but you have 12 kids to help you. For Pete's sake.
Oh,
Uh
you only worked like a quarter of the year.
yeah, it's only backbreaking when you need to plant. And then the rest of it's just scything and
Which
annoying.
is which is fine. Doing a
It's
little bit of
fine.
labor once in a while is good for you, man. Doing it every frickin' day is not.
Oh no. Uh,
Doing 3-week shifts, like that's what I'm doing lately. It's like, Jesus, man, I'm 44, man. Um, it's a lot.
it is. I think
Mr. BC Walker, he's been leaving a lot of great comments. He just said, like, the normies run off vibes. If you want a thing to be disdained, you need to make it seem lame and cringe, not cool. For too long, the mafia was cool.
oh
And he's
yeah.
right.
I was thinking that there weren't as many secret societies as there were today, but there were tons of in the peasant times. But there were like protection societies where the mafia comes from. There were also, like guilds that everyone was a part of. So you actually had a ton of like over circled organizations that, what parish you go to, that sort of thing. You had a whole bunch
That's
of,
what I was saying. Like the
mm,
medieval guild, I think it inherited a lot from the mystery religions.
yes.
And it's like it was more you had these mentorship organizations. Okay, listen, I gotta nerd out. Like the DLC I'm having so much fun with
Yeah.
is when you get to become a master in the blacksmiths guild in Gutenberg. And I'm not even playing the game. I'm just like trying to like earn a reputation as a blacksmith. And I'm having so much fun. Just
It's like, what do you
just
need?
like
What do I care about the war? I'm
no,
about
it's
to
like
become the guild master of Gutenberg.
I just made horseshoes for a lady who is feeling lonely because her husband's not paying attention to her, and she figures if she wins a horse race against her husband, then he'll like stop playing with the stupid sword that he just bought and like fuck her. And I just made some really good horseshoes, and now she's happy, and now the neighborhood likes me, and it's like peasant simulator, man. It's great.
Right? All the alcohol you can drink.
Oh
Mm.
god, alcohol is a skill in the game.
Hmm.
No, I strongly recommend the game.
Mm.
The DEI was grossly overstated. I hate to
Mm.
give any credence to the word woke right because fuck James Lindsay, fuck. But
Fuck them.
there's a little teeny kernel of truth. Like the woke really got off on canceling people just for the sake of wielding cruelty and power over others.
Yeah.
And there were people spreading lies. Like they were pointing out that Hans Capon historically was 17 in the game, even though the the character model and voice actor are 28. And so they started saying the game contained child pornography. It's like, no, it doesn't. Stop lying about it.
Right.
I think the game would have been better without that scene. The voice actor for Hans said that in his mind, Hans is not gay, right? Like his
Mm.
canon. But it's
Well,
like it's welcome to the listen. They got diversity points and they got to make a fantastic game by including this gay romance option, which I really wish they hadn't.
yeah.
But the rest of the game is brilliant.
To me, it's all the same sort of package. It's like when transsexuals are weirdly good at getting like shows together and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's a connection. I'd rather not have any of it at all. And eventually, what happens is that it starts to play around too much with its material to not to gratify any story, but rather to gratify the flesh alone. Like the Has Been Hotel crowd. I was watching the lot today in an emergency sort of thing for my security job at work, and you know, idly listening to whatever was on my YouTube feed. And it was like, yeah, so why does the Has Been Hotel like X character? X character who is the most vicious kind of pimp, literally in hell for pimping. It's like when they were doing it, and it's like the person who like is in charge of the characterization settings or whatever is like, haha, just a little something for the shippers, wink. And it's like this dude would rival Quagmire in the sheer amount of rape he performs. Uh, it's like
Has Been a Hotel is that series breaks my heart
it's
because
just evil.
the creator actually has a moral vision fundamentally. Did you see there is a music video about the transsexual prostitute who is
Yes,
in hell
it's
because
actually kind of a banger.
so just for the audience, it's the song is about being addicted to drugs and sex, even though that you know it's bad for you and you hate yourself, but because you hate yourself, it's the only way to stop hating yourself, so you do even more of it. And that's
Hmm.
how they wound up in hell. The pimp character you're talking about was the one abusing them.
Yes. Oh, I mean pimp in the most vicious,
Oh,
non-funny.
it's an evil. The pimp is extremely evil,
Mm.
but the transsexual prostitute is also evil. There's a reason they're in hell.
Yes.
Um, they've done, and the foundational concept of Has Been Hotel is kind of like purgatory, basically. That there's some of these denizens of hell that might be able to be reformed to seek forgiveness, but then the creator makes everybody in heaven be just a dickhead for no reason. And that's what breaks my heart about Has Been Hotel. It's like they've
Yes.
got a vision, but they've got such a chip on their shoulder. Like you can't simultaneously have your villains be villains and
Yes.
have them be victims.
Well, well, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's just terrible writing, and it ruins anything that any sane reader or watcher could handle on for the characterization. I saw a meme where it's it's like Jesus comes down to hell. He goes up to the prostitute. It's like I've heard your repentance, my son. You no longer have to do this to you. And then Charlie jumps in and goes scab.
Yeah.
Like, how dare Jesus move into my turf of feel goods and the power of friendship or whatever. How dare Jesus actually redeem anybody?
Yeah.
It's
Because it's still pride based. It's still it's pride based. Like the
mm,
creators. Oh, I have to be the savior.
mm, I can save myself.
When
Mm,
actually, oh, wait, the main character, Charlie, right?
yes.
She's literally the daughter of Satan. So she's a trust fund kid. She's
Yes.
an SJW trust fund, save the world, overproduction of elite. Uh,
Yep.
yeah. As
Yeah.
opposed to admitting that she doesn't know anything and she's a retard. Like, actually, she needs saving too.
I know. She's in hell with the rest of them. I think there's a it's kind of a good lesson. I am of the opinion. Some people are of the opinion that people will repent in hell, but it's too late. But actually, if you read like the story of Lazarus, the poor man, rich man, uh, the rich man has not actually repented of any of the evil that he did. He repented of the fact that he was being punished in that set time, and he wants Lazarus to warn his brothers so that they are also not punished. Not necessarily um, that they necessarily will stop their evil, which Abraham rightly calls out by saying, "Look, you guys already have the prophets, and if you didn't listen to them, we got nothing for you." I think that's the appropriate way to look at it. It's like the stories that they've got. Like if the boomer generation, the hippies, had learned it paid any attention to the lessons that their parents may or may not have given them, and I'm starting to think that they just didn't get them, maybe, or at least didn't get them well. They got ossified Christianity rather than real Christianity. They wouldn't have
Yeah.
turned
Oh,
out
that's
the
a
way
great
they
way.
did.
I love that phrasing. I love that
Ossified
phrasing, man. Yeah.
Christianity. Yeah. Well, it's what I saw when I was a kid. People will go in there. The joke is that the youth pastor shows up in skinny jeans. Don't you know how much Jesus loves you? And then that's the whole thing with some emotional music.
I don't want to know.
Listen,
I
maybe
want
that
you to
was
put
more
it
of a
like
Protestant thing.
that. No,
Surprisingly,
that creepy youth pastor guy. Yeah, get away
yeah,
from me. It's like
it
the
is. Stuff like that, or like the homosexual invasion of the Catholic Church, from the Soviet Union and other places. It's like there was a ossification of Christianity. So the
let me be
people,
frank. Just to
mm,
be clear, I am not going to carry water for the Catholic Church right now.
mm,
Okay. I mean, I'll defend her against false accusations, but I'll tell you when I hear a false accusation. How's that?
right. Well, the it's like you know what's wild is I did the numbers within a certain area. Someone was saying that the Catholic Church didn't actually weren't that many. Protestants had way more problems, and I
No, it's
looked
about
at it.
honestly, it's about the same in all the churches, from what I can tell, with
No, the
particular
the
exceptions.
the actual number is uh one the Protestant. Let me put it like the reported numbers. The reported numbers is like 1/10 the Catholic ones between Catholics and reported Protestants.
Okay, I could be wrong about that. I'm not going to argue super hard, but Catholics have larger organizations.
Yeah, I didn't really
Eh,
study it per
So
capita. To be clear, I just studied the raw numbers. So it's like if there's a per capita change, I didn't research it. I was just looking at
I,
the
I
raw
think
numbers.
I think if you found like a Baptist denomination, I think if you looked into Harvest Bible, you'd find a lot of stuff there.
What are you actually harvesting at the Bible church, eh?
Yeah.
Little
Um,
girls, eh? But
and I also, from what I understand, it's like 1,000 times more prevalent in the public school system than
oh
any
yeah,
religious organization. So
oh yeah.
actually, but it's more about institutional corruption.
Mm-hmm. And it's a different thing. Like an organization like the Catholic Church is easier to corrupt in a way as long as you're willing to spend 70 years on it, and be willing to, on occasion, not give in to your lust.
Well,
With
and
the pro- mm,
there's a druidess I follow that points out that the amount of psychic energy that you are creating in the Catholic Church, especially if it's Latin Mass,
mm,
and if you're not deploying that, like that's magic, okay? That's what magic is. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
it's a miracle. It's not okay. Fine, call it what you want, but if you're not
it's the actual
deploying
presence
that
of God, I
energy,
guess. Hmm.
if you're not doing anything with it, if you're not directing it, and actually, that would be my biggest criticism of the Catholic Church right now, aside from the Pope, don't get me,
I
whatever.
have no idea what he's up to. Like,
Something
is he
satanic.
conservative, or is he some
Is the
kind
Pope
of like
Catholic?
Francis? Is he Catholic? Is he?
I don't know.
Uh,
Um, but my big criticism of it is it doesn't stand for anything right now. It
yeah,
has no vision.
yeah. It's like people criticize the Protestant churches for their size and stuff like that, but quite frankly, we support five odd missionaries on maybe 100 people. They're going to different places where people like either, if assuming they even have religion, You know, they might say they're Catholic, but they've never been on the inside of a church except for baptisms and funerals. You know, it's like when a Christian missionary goes up to an African village. Oh, are you guys Christian? Yeah, we're Christian. And they haven't had a pastor who hasn't shaken them down for money and women in since slavery. Since the Muslims ruled the place. It's like people say these things, and it's like missionaries go out there to try and spread the gospel. Um, the grifters come in, the psychic energy is removed and put into gibs. Oh, you only really get people to come to church if you're giving them rice at the same time. I mean, to be fair to some of them, they're starving, so you should probably give them rice at the same time. But it comes around to a whole bunch of different
You know what people need is
just
jobs, man.
jobs. Yeah, they need jobs in the
Like, you know what?
African savannah.
I'm saying that for the Africans, and I'm also saying it for the North Americans.
Yeah,
Um, like
yeah.
it's my big criticism of the Catholic Church, which also probably holds for most of the Protestant churches too. It's like church is just like it's what you do on the Sunday, eh?
Yeah.
It's people need jobs, they need wives, they need mentorship, they need initiation, they need miracles, and it's like everybody's asleep at the switch. Like the
Yep.
Catholic Church should be performing miracles left, right, and center right now. Like
Oh,
there is so much psychic energy in the Catholic Church, and they're literally just using it for the Bank of Rome or something. I don't know what the hell they're using it for.
but don't you know that the blood of
Trying to
Saint something or other turned to liquid?
Oh no,
Uh,
do you know that Saint Nicholas is still leaking liquid? His bones leak liquid. Santa Claus is alive. God damn it!
he's in a meditative trance that'll rival any Tibetan monk. Uh, but
I'm
no, like there's parlor tricks. Turning a solid into a liquid with a bit of hand heat is easy to do. It's nothing. Um, like what we need.
wait. I gotta say, Eldrick fan just said that nowhere do demons tempt so successfully as in the shadow of the altar. The best place to hide is under the candle.
That's true. I went to a
Sorry to
Catholic church.
interrupt.
No, it's fine. It just like occasionally Catholics ooh and ah over like blood turning to liquid, which seems to be a very common
Wait,
miracle for some
it's
reason.
always AB negative.
Always
90%,
AB negative.
90%
I
of
don't know that
miraculous
for real.
transubstantiations.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know. I've heard this. But again, I also think that miracles can happen with
The real
I'm
miracle is
very
that they
syncretist.
yeah.
I'm very esoteric these days. I don't know if you could still call me Catholic. I haven't been excommunicated, but maybe I should be. I got no idea.
And
I do believe Jesus came back from the dead, but I think that most of us could do that too, honestly.
I don't know about that.
I'm not
I'm
I'm not saying that we're likely to, but I'm saying like hypothetically,
well
it's
there
just a resurrection spell.
it's yeah, guys, come on. You don't have a diamond and 15K in gold. But no, there is a little thing to that. Um provided that you haven't received catastrophic damage or catastrophic brain death. People have revived from things like strangling, drowning, um, any number of
There
things.
are a lot of miraculous resurrections that have occurred.
There are. There,
There's like people have recovered from like literally freezing to death
mhm.
and came back alive.
Oh
And
yeah.
now Christ came back super like I believe the Shroud of Turin is a real artifact.
Yes.
I don't think okay, do you know in the Brothers Karamazov, the Grand Inquisitor? Do you know that story?
Afraid I haven't read it.
Oh God, read the Grand Inquisitor. Basically, it's the Grand Inquisitor of the Spanish Inquisition
Hmm.
arrests Jesus and says, "What the hell are you doing here? Don't you know people hate freedom? We have built them a gilded cage, which is very comfortable to live in, and they all go to heaven at the end of it. And we don't give them any free will whatsoever. And it's fine. Everything is fine. Only us prelates, only us take on the burden of moral choice. What the hell are you doing here? We tried free will, nobody liked it, so we built a machine to send people to heaven. Isn't this good enough?" And the most interesting part of the whole discourse is at the very end, the Grand
Mm.
Inquisitor leaves, condemning Christ. Like, screw you, pal. But he leaves and he leaves the door open. So he leaves the cage, even though he's been advocating for his stance this whole time. It's like, you know what? I'm still not gonna I'm just gonna let Christ come out of the cage. So that's kind of where I stand on religion these days. And Dostoevsky was a very serious Christian, so I think I'm in good company right now.
Well, it's a lot of people will say, who know well that we need a Christian revival. We do need a revival. The tension is getting too much. The souls are getting too frayed. There's too few good men. There's too little to be done, too much to be done at the same time. It's
And
like
yet
I go,
nothing to do.
yet nothing to do. It's like
We're
for
sitting around doing podcasts right now. It's like I've got like 2 days. I have a job to go do for 3 weeks, but
hmm.
got F all to do tonight.
Well, it's yeah, and it's
The only
like
ritual we got at home.
even the Christian people, like the only ones who seem occupied are the ones with like 10 kids. The rest seem to be, doing their own thing or living their best life, quote unquote, with the Netflix account, quote
Watching
unquote.
Fallout Season 2.
They're watching Fallout season 2, baby. But I have no idea what they're watching. But it's like, yeah, I dig it. There's a certain amount of, if you're not called to the service in a way like a pastor is, yeah, there's probably a lot more downtime than you like. But at the same time, it's like even for myself, I find things to do. It's like there's books to read and there's spiritual growth to be done, self examination. Like the amount of self examination, it comes down to doing things like not looking at porn or, getting thinner or, giving up your, any number of sins that you might have. You think God just set you there just to, oh, you're saved now, you're not doing anything. You don't have to do anything anymore. It's like, no, that's ridiculous nonsense. Going to
That's
the
the
service and then the men's group doesn't do anything if you're not doing anything.
the one saved always saved thing grinds my gears.
I'm fine with it.
Uh, that's because I've met too many that abuse it. But
Yeah. No, it's like I said with the revival thing. Like I've met tons of people who abuse it too. Don't get me wrong. Do not get me wrong. But
oh yeah,
it's to me, it's the only thing that makes sense. When it says, no one will pluck you out of the Father's hand. You're written in a book of life whose no man can blot the name out of. Like to me, that's clear signs of once saved, always saved. But the key is always, were you actually saved? Well, I said the right words. Yeah, but you lived like hell. You never actually changed. If there was a new sin, you'd just jump into it. It's and it's more than just the habitual sinning of the Christian, who's struggling to be like Jesus Christ, to be the little Christ our name implies. It's like, people who, like the charlatans, the grifters, the same sort of style that went after the hippies, went after the church before them, and they're going after the church now as always. Um, but
yeah. I think of it like I think of it like the characters from Sopranos again, Paulie or whoever the hell.
yeah, yeah.
It's been so long since I saw the series, but it's like, you know what? You can be saved, but the price is that you might get murdered for it.
Hmm. I mean, can
And
you imagine Paulie walking into the Bada Bing or whatever it's called and going, guys, I was thinking about, my mother's and I've decided I'm going to become a Christian, and you guys should become Christians too. Well, one, they say, of course we're Christian. We go to church and we golf with the priest and everything like that. But at the same time, when they realize that Paulie has actually gotten saved, that he's no longer breaking people's
What's wrong with
kneecaps,
you?
it's like, what's wrong with you? Maybe they beat him up to warn him off. Maybe they act merciful and buy him out. Or maybe they just kill him rather than have somebody who might have a change of heart leading to, snitching. Even if he doesn't intend that sort of thing, it's happened before. There were Roman generals and commanders who were murdered for their Christianity, because they felt that they would fight for another cause. Um, Other things like that, for warlords and stuff like that in different places. Civil wars would break out if the king became Christian and the other person was pagan. And they thought that it was a weakness now. Hmm.
You know what, man? I'm gonna be blunt with you. That's actually one of the things I'm liking the least about Christianity lately. It's the
Mhm.
way that it was deployed as acquisition of territory.
Yeah,
Not a fan of that
neither am I.
lately.
I mean,
Uh,
I believe it was more natural, at least in the first few generations. But by the time of the 1100s, 1300s, like the Templars were doing it explicitly. Like they were waging wars and stuff like that. And quite frankly, I can't count all of them as just wars. Um,
no, no. Most well, just war.
as
Nice
just
idea.
as can as
I mean,
just as can be expected.
and that's
The Crusades were just wars.
fuck Islam, man. Um, okay, so to go back to like the whole crazy schizoid stuff for a moment, one of the concepts that's being bandied about a lot in crazy esoteric person circles is astral pyramids.
Mm. I have no
And
idea what the astral pyramids are. You're gonna have to tell me. I do want to know though.
okay, so your basic layers of reality is you've
Hmm.
got physical reality, which we all like. That's all science believes in. You've got the jeez, what's it called? The energetic plane, the vibrational plane,
Yes, I'm aware
um,
of that. I didn't.
ethereal,
Yeah.
ethereal. So the ethereal is pace and rhythm and music and electricity and like it's very close. Like it's part of the physical. They're all
Hmm.
part. Like it's like one of those jawbreakers where it's got all the layers to it. Like they're all part of the same thing. All of these, it's not like a different planet that you visit. Okay, they're all the
Right.
same thing, but they're distinct layers of reality with their own rules. And so the energetic, that's the vibe. That's what
Mm.
I believe it was it Eldrick fan talking about that? Yeah, like the normies like the vibe.
Yeah.
Controlling the vibe is controlling the etheric. Music is etheric energy. Sex is etheric. Um, anyway, astral is the mental plane of things.
Okay.
It's where ideas, ideologies exist, and beyond that, you've got the plane of the form. Like in the plane above that is where numbers actually are living beings. That like numbers literally are alive. By the way, and this is not coming from the actually this is something I'm not getting from the crazy esoteric. This is something I'm getting from mathematicians. So numbers actually have meaningful. They're angelic beings basically. So the astral and above is the angelic beings realm. So an astral pyramid, um, like the latest form of it, because we're coming to the end of Pisces. Pisces is so there's two 2150-year aeons that are dominated by one of the 12 signs of the zodiac. And we are just leaving the age of Pisces, which is Pisces is the it's the spiritualist. It's the water sign. and it's also the fish of Christ and Antichrist. Christ being the fisher of men,
Right, right.
and it's also the period of astral pyramids, because earlier I was saying that back, like if you went 2,000 years ago, people were so useless, man. They were so freaking useless that the only way you could get them. Here's the thing: if people don't go to work every day, you know what they do? They sit around being lazy, and then after like a week or so, they're like, "Man, I'm hungry. I better go steal something." And that's a problem, you understand?
Right. They should be flogged or lose their hand. Eye for an eye, baby.
Right. It's 2,000 years ago. Finding somebody that would actually wake up and tend to their garden and and just prepare for the future. Finding a person like that was a bloody miracle. Okay, it was like 1 out of 1,000 people. The other 999 needed somebody telling them what to do constantly. They were like teenagers at fast food workplaces. Okay, teenagers at McDonald's. That was your average person
Right.
2,000 years ago. So we built these astral pyramids, and we said, here's the rules. Follow the rules, you get to heaven. Don't follow the rules, we poke you with a stick. And these astral pyramids, now every astral pyramid pretended to be the ultimate final and event, and one day we're going to get everybody to believe in it. Even though that's definitionally, like, if everybody on planet Earth joined the Catholic Church wouldn't mean anything anymore. Like it kind of only means something when it's an exclusive club. And we're now entering the
Right.
era of I would never join a club that would have me as a member. Right?
Yes.
And so we had all these very centralized religions 2,000 years ago. And then the religion started splitting and disintegrating. And so like the Protestant Reformation and the present form of Protestantism, where we have like 5,000 Protestant cults. But we also have like 4 different versions of Catholicism right now, by the way. So it's
Right.
not just the like even the Catholics are like, we've got right, we've
Right.
got the regular mass, we've got the Latin mass, we've got the Sede Vacantis, we got the Sede Vacantis, but not that far back. Only recently the seat was empty. Like,
Right. Well, it's
uh,
like I like the idea of it, the 5,000 cults rather than denomination, because it's like I've been to some backwoods places, man. I've been to some backwoods places with that old religion, if you get me. And it's
I should like the video. Jeez, why haven't I?
uh it, it's yeah, no, and it can get very cult like. You'd have these places where all it is some old families, no kids, or maybe just a couple kids running around from some sons and daughters who stuck there, and it's like, are you actually doing any godly work? At the very least, we support some
I don't know. I
missionaries.
built an outhouse the other day.
Yeah, right. We pray. We get together and pray and minister to one another. It's like, really, they're just a family church. They're a family religion. They're one of the things they talk about in the ancient city. And it's
Which is
like,
like,
yeah.
that's literally going back to pre-Bronze Age, where
Hmm.
you had your family altar. And
And
if you were really spiritually advanced, instead of like an animal skull, you had a skull of an ancestor on it. You started worshiping humans instead of animals.
don't you know your ancestor was so cool? Um, but yeah, no, I think cult is a better way to say it than denominations, because officially there are only about 30, and 15 of those are heretical breakoffs of the Seventh Day Adventists or the Unitarians. Um,
I got nothing good to say about Unitarians, for the record.
they should have
Fuck,
never
I'm,
been
I'm
allowed in
such a
this
jerk,
country.
man.
No, well, like, having standards makes you a jerk. Like, people don't like me when I throw them out of the bar. It's like, well, too bad, son. You shouldn't have copped a feel. You know, you're lucky the waitress just stopped at slapping you. Um,
I've got, man, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I've never actually been thrown out of a I've been told that they're not serving me anymore and they're calling the cops, but I've never been physically thrown out of the bar, and I caused a lot of mischief that night.
I to be fair, I have not literally thrown someone out of a bar, but that's usually because people look at me, realize that even if they do, fight me, I'm gonna get knocked out and fall on them, and it's just not worth it.
Well, I was trying to
Uh,
sleep on the floor and my buddy was humping a banister with a microphone, so
yeah, I think that happened.
we really upset a lot of people that night.
Yeah. Uh, but it's like, yeah, there's a lot less denominations, but I do believe there's a lot of cults. And I know that, for example, up in Michigan, for just as an example, there are a lot of churches that are just like ancient boomers. No hope for them. An ossified church, a dead church, a hospice church, which is the term I like for that kind. And I've been in one for far too long. Not now, but 10 years ago. Um, where it's like all it is the old people waiting to die. They're friendly enough, but you couldn't actually bring a family in there, really. You couldn't actually get uh
That's God, man, it needs to be a multi-generational thing.
mm,
It needs
yes. I would rather have the baby crying in the church than
I
not.
love babies crying in church, man. It's the
Mm,
best sound.
the acoustics are amazing. You really get to hear the wail. But it's like, one time a guy who does a lot of ministry work to, the poor in Michigan came up to him and he's like, actually, these people are your relations. They are your cousins and your children, and they're suffering. Will you not, help them and mentor the children so they don't get on heroin? No, we put in our time. We've done it. And it's like you can't trust, like whatever the greatest generation was, or the silent generation, for those few that are still around. It's like, no, they were never this bad. I had very important silent gen guys. Not that it helped me, which is as much my problem as other things. But I had silent gen guys who tried to help me out, who gave me advice, and then of course the economy went under, or they died, foolishly. But it's like, yeah, I saw that stuff. They reached out, they employed me to clean their pool, and others. I've got one that I do the gardening for. She's a nice old lady. I clean her pool, garden, and make sure the gnomes are upright. But then it's like you deal with boomers. It's like, oh, actually, you know, you charge too much, so we're having the Mexicans do it. It's not to turn this into a boomer complaint fest, but it's like a same spirit. The same spirit that lets a church die under boomer watch is the spirit that everyone complains about at all
You
times.
know, that might be what I'm complaining about with the
Mm,
church. I Christ, it always goes back to the boomers, man. And listen, there's exceptions.
of course. My family has
I
helped
got
me a lot.
my I've got my disagreements with my parents, right? And it's like
Mm,
you don't get what the world is like these days. But my parents are actually pretty solid. Uh,
oh yeah,
but they really are the freaking exceptions, aren't they?
yeah. It's like for every exception, like yours or mine, which praise God for them. But then it's like I, see a thing from some family where it's like their children are literally homeless, but heaven forbid their vacation home is opened to their struggling children. It's entirely anti-civilizational. Like you want to reform the church, oh well, that's not how we do it. It's like, well, actually, the church has gone through many reformations. Every council of the Nicaea or whatever is a reformation point of the church where
You
they
know,
hardened. Mm,
I just saw a video by do you know woman propaganda?
no, you
I
think I pay
love
attention to women?
woman prop. He's like this young dude. He's like 28 or something. He's got a mustache and a full head of hair and a
Yes.
business suit, and he just has lots of like racist and sexist things. He like watches TikTok videos, and he's great. I love him. Um,
Hmm.
but he made a point recently. There's some humiliation video on TikTok about a girl who wasn't a virgin and a guy who was a virgin waiting until marriage, and they're doing this like obnoxious, like shaking hands from two different perspectives TikTok, but it's a humiliation ritual. He's completely
Yes.
correct. This is you're humiliating your boyfriend. You're like, and it's you're not going to marry this guy. Like the girl's just doing it to say, like, look, I've slept around. This handsome young man is a virgin, and I've got him addicted to me, waiting until marriage, and I may or may not cheat on him. Look at my
Mm,
flex.
yes.
And he pointed out that why is the church not lecturing women? And they generally aren't.
They don't.
But also, why is the church not lecturing boomers?
Well, fortunate. Like I'm love my church. The pastor will call them out. Like when I say that I'm very blessed, I am very blessed. But it's like with the gentleman up in Michigan. I do not live in Michigan, thank God. Um, it's like, yeah, no, like they should be thundered from the pulpit and be called a wicked generation and all other things that is traditionally done
Why the
for
hell aren't
bring
you
to
providing
repentance.
my parents do well by me, right?
Yes.
I really appreciate my parents, and I am absolutely going to take care of them. They're not going to homes, all right? So, like,
Right.
let me. This is not a personal beef, but the boomer generation, it's like, where are you?
Why did you come out so much when you were young, and then the second the world got the hooks on you, you gave that all of it up? It's like, oh well, we had the satanic panic. It's like, yeah, sure, you're absolutely right. The finders were real. The
The
D&D wasn't
satanic panic
real.
was real. Anybody that tells you it was fake is a liar. It
It's
maybe
like,
went after the wrong targets. Like Dungeon and Dragons probably wasn't the problem,
yeah,
but
but it's like there were several high profile murders in like death metal communities and stuff like that, or heavy metal communities at the same time.
I I
It's
was
like,
complaining to my mother about Bethesda doing cultural vandalism on Fallout, and she
yes.
started getting all concerned because Bethesda is a legal district in Washington D.C. I'm like, no, mom, lower the conspiracy theory level. It's not. My mom's so good at conspiracy theories. I love her so much. But no, we're just talking about shitty video games right now
Right.
and a shitty TV series.
I kind of wonder if the real switchover of the age will be whenever the boomers finally lose influence. Like the stars are well and fine, but to actually act in that kind of way, uh, maybe it requires the boomers to be gone. Because it feels like, so to be esoteric, it feels like we are having multiple layers of change at the same time. The first major one, which I think everyone may agree to, is 9/11. The second one is
Wait, we
Harambe.
went from like let me slow you down. So
Sorry.
9/11 would be we went from this era of global peace and like Star Trek and we can negotiate
Hmm.
with everybody to there's people we can't negotiate with and war is
Right.
sometimes necessary. Is that what you call 9/11?
Yeah, and also it was when the Empire went mask off. When
We got to crush our fucking enemies.
right, and the thing is that even though we didn't have any enemies, we made them. We made the terrorists. We made Russia is what it is today. Like they came to us with open arms. We wish to trade with the West, they said, and we looted them. And we let people like the oligarchs from the Soviet times loot them. Putin had to kill one or two to
Could I
keep
could I
his
just
power.
opine? I think that's what we're doing to South America again
Yeah, but
right now, and
if
I'm
we
not
aren't doing it, someone else is. Like they do it to themselves. They do it to
problem.
themselves, almost like second to Africa and Southeast Asia. Um.
But go on.
Anyway, yeah. Uh. So then with Harambe, it was like the meme sphere. So when I talk to somebody who I think might be over
I
21,
will pull out my dick for Harambe for the
I
record.
will. I will too. I did many, many times during those dark days. Um,
Pants down time.
yep. at the Outback Steakhouse, dicks out for Harambe. But the me and all the cooks. But the
That's why I'm
um
banned from TGI Fridays.
uh the cooks never snitched on me. But it created a meme sphere, right? It created a meme bubble. And I don't mean that in the bubble like economic bubble. I mean in the sense of everybody's inside this bubble. Pepe is another anchor point. But that was on the more esoteric side of things. Pepe was never as mainstream as Harambe was. And occasionally you get more since then, but Harambe was the moment. Um, with uh, the next change is the that is currently ongoing is not something like Donald Trump, even though you might think of it that way. In reality, it's the boomer generation dying off, which is
He was the
well
mean
underway.
president. Man,
He was the mean president, but he is
my
more
my
connected to Harambe
biological
than he only is his own thing.
my
Go on.
biological dad was so pissed off. He's like, he's not presidential. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the point.
yeah,
That's the
sure.
only thing I still like about him.
Yes. It's like, and you look at like presidents from like turn of the century, like Warren G. Harding, is like playing poker games in the Oval Office. Yeah, sure, presidential.
You know what?
So
They could
serious.
debate, but do what it is. Obama was LARPing as one of those.
Yes.
And so Bush was LARPing as a retard, and Clinton was LARPing as not a sexual deviant. But like they're all LARPing as presidential. And so,
Yeah.
but who was the guy that established the national park program? Not
Teddy
Hoover.
Roosevelt.
Roosevelt. Shit, he's the last president I genuinely. Hoover was pretty okay.
Hooper was all right.
Roosevelt was awesome.
I
Like,
like
but yeah,
Teddy.
he was a
Yeah.
high testosterone base,
I
but
think
also
the murder of
extremely
Italians was pretty
erudite.
good, actually. But yes.
Very erudite. And it's like, yeah, okay, Trump talks like a retard. But guess what? America's full of retard. What do you want? At least
Yep.
he's like grabbing girls by the pussy. Grab life
Yeah.
by the pussy, man.
When's Obama ever done that? Oh, I would never. I mean, to your quote unquote wife.
Once he grabbed his wife
Oh,
by the cooter.
nice. I'm not gonna anyway, to get off that, I think there's, and the thing is that like I'm sure certain that there's been like psychic aftershocks that we've experienced as a culture. From things like Trump being elected, from just changes in the sphere, like Trump nearly getting assassinated, more than his election, or the mask off moment from Vivek last Christmas, and all these other things that sort of come up and shake everything. Um, I think people don't have the long seeing mindset to be able to connect these up, like the ebb and flow of the quote unquote right currently. Well, I don't actually know what the right stands for. I know
We're
vaguely
getting
it's
psyoped into something.
we're
Probably a
getting
war.
psyoped into something. War with Venezuela, I don't care. You think Venezuela can do
Oh
anything? No.
shit. Like I'd sign up for that one. That'd be fun.
Yeah. All the oil you can put into a bag you can carry home.
Yeah,
Um,
fuck, I'd do that, man. Bunch of blow and oil? Fuck yes. I just don't want to die for Israel, you know?
yeah, I know. That's also one of the shocks. Like people no longer getting fooled by it all. The tricks and stuff like that, where people can actually say, actually, no, you're being a bad ally. We're not going to do this stuff, Mr. Netanyahu. And it's when you call us anti-Semitic, it means nothing. The same with like racist and sexist and all this jazz. We're not doing this anymore. We're never doing this again, at
No,
least while I live.
one of my favorite memes is like It's something like wars now. It's like, we must defend democracy. Wars then. I want to take
Mhm.
this guy's land. I will die for you, sir.
Yep.
That
It's
actually,
like
like
you keep
20
going.
years ago, that was insane. That, like, why would you die to help your noble grab land? Wouldn't you rather die for democracy? Nowadays, dying for democracy is insane. I'd rather,
Right.
fuck it. Let's go have a war over a patch of. I will find quarrel in a single blade of grass be honor at stake.
Right.
That's from Hamlet, by the way.
Ah.
Let's go die for glory, man. Let's not go
Yeah.
die for fucking fuck democracy.
Right. It's like I was thinking of briefly of Timoleon and Corinth going down to Sicily and Syracuse. It's like whatever they said, they went down there because one, they didn't like the idea of the Carthaginians owning all of Sicily, including the Greek city states. And secondly, it's because they kept getting insulted by, an idiot ruler, tyrant of Syracuse, and a few other things besides like that. And it's like, it's like whatever they might have said, the glory and the gods and the democracy of the Corinthians, who founded such and such city, yeah, sure, buddy. In reality, it's there because you really don't want a rival power ruling Sicily, and they insulted you. It's like the whole thing with some of the dictators we removed from power in the 1970s and 80s and 90s. It's like yeah, no, whatever we said about democracy, whatever Gaddafi was about, we did it just because, in Gaddafi's case, Hillary Clinton was a bitch.
Well, he went he
But
went off
also
the he went off the petrodollar.
he went off the petrodollar, and he went off the petrodollar, and Saddam Hussein went off the petrodollar, and Afghanistan was never on the petrodollar.
Oh, by the way, do
And
you remember? Do you remember back in the '90s? In the
mm,
'90s and 2000, it was so popular to blame the unions for 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 driving business overseas. No, unions were the scapegoat, like the steel unions, especially.
yeah,
They were the scapegoat. The petrodollar was the real reason. We just
yep,
blame. Oh, it's the socialist unions. We were talking the
yeah, sure,
guild
they were
system.
mobsters, but fuck off. Like we were
I
selling
like
our
a 10-hour
businesses to
day.
China.
I like a 10-hour, like 12 hours is fucking soon. Give me a 10-hour day, man.
Yeah,
Um, no, the that whole narrative was bullshit. It was the petrodollar that did that, and
free trade, baby.
the guild system. I know all the. Listen, I love Ryan Falk. I love the alt hypothesis. Love that dude, man.
Mm,
And he did this whole thing about how stupid the guild system was. I completely disagree. I think the guild system was eminently superior to the free market.
I agree. At least for its time. I think it's these things,
I
they
want to be
don't
part of a
scale.
guild. Actually, I'm kind of part of a guild right now. Like that's why I'm not starving to death. I've become a guild member that's reliable. I'm in the
Yeah.
the oil field mercenary guild, for the record. I do whatever, whenever, wherever. I know, like
Mm,
I'm part of an employment agency that they take good care of me, man, and I appreciate them. They appreciate me.
yeah,
I got to visit the Arctic Circle with them. That was pretty cool.
that is pretty cool. See the Northern Lights?
No, not in the Arctic. You think so, right?
Yeah.
Still have, but I saw the Arctic Ocean. That was wild.
Mhm.
I got paid well to do it. That was.
Better.
I learned a little bit of Inuit. I learned some of the Inuit language while I was up there. It's very cool, man. So yeah, guild system's where it's at, man. So I keep interrupting you. Okay, you started off saying there was like 4 breaks from the boomer regime. The the first was 9/11, the second was Harambe. Harambe being the meme culture, right?
Right, the meme bubble. The third is ongoing, and that's the death of the boomers. And death as much physically as metaphorically. Um, Basically, it's the transfer of power from the oldocracy to the young people or middle-aged people or whoever. The point is, less geriatric rulership and domination.
Okay, so
Uh,
the recent debate between Nick Fuentes, who probably works for the CIA, versus who's
Mossad,
that
baby.
Mossad, damn straight. Who's that piece of shit he debated recently?
Piers Morgan.
Mm. Pierce made such a fucking ass of himself.
Yeah,
But
he
that's like Pierce didn't even know what the argument was.
oh, I think he knew what the argument was, but he knew that it would be death for him to pretend that he did know. It's like the Winston from 1984. He knows, and the agency knows that he knows, but if he lets on that he knows that he knows, and that he knows that they know, like you know what I mean? Like it's
Yes, no, let me resend my previous statement. I completely agree with you. Piers Morgan knew exactly. He knew that he was losing the argument, but he was
mm,
losing it in a way that his boomer audience would think he won it.
yes, that is something you can
There,
trust
there.
on him for that. It's like with Tucker when he
If
Tucker
I were
Carlson. Yeah.
if I were Piers Morgan and I want to destroy, and I had a research team, and I want to destroy Nick. I mean, nobody brought up Catboy Cammy.
I know. I
I,
know.
I, and I'm not. Listen, I think that Nick and Cammy should hang out wherever the fuck they want, man. I got nothing. Okay, like Catboy Cammy is at least living a genuine life.
Sure.
I've got nothing against Catboy Cammy. I've got nothing against Nick Fuentes. I just know about that. And if I were Piers Morgan and if I were trying to destroy Nick Fuentes for my boomer audience, for a mainstream Fox audience, I
Mm.
would bring up Catboy Cammy. And I'm not saying I'm any better than Nick. I'm not. I'm good Lord. You think I'm not a deviated prevert? Of course I am. Um,
Oh yeah.
like who isn't these days?
It's
But that was instead he made fun of Nick for being a virgin, which is like that's no that's like if that's true. I did see that I did see that video
mm,
with who's that leftist shit stain with the blue hair?
mm, I don't know.
Oh, Destiny. I did see the Destiny video,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
so I
He
may
was
or may not have seen Nick's cock.
Oh,
I mean, like,
I will live my life without watching the video. Uh, I've
I, I did watch the video. I can't tell you for certain whether or not it was a Mexican cock.
did it have a little sombrero on it?
No, no. Well, if it does, it was deep in Destiny's throat. Um,
Oh,
listen again. No judgment. Like, see, I'm bringing
I'm
this up
judging.
because
I'm judging right now. I'm in the land of the free. I'm allowed to judge. You Canadians.
no, I mean, I still support Nick Fuentes, whether or not Destiny sucked his cock. I don't care. Now, if you've seen some of the chicks that have sucked my cock, you would like. Well, no, you wouldn't. Is the thing. It's like like there's nobody here pretending to be the holy one, and so the fact that now the boomers that Pierce Morgan was trying to win over,
Mm,
he could have easily ruined Nick. by bringing up Catboy Cammy
Yeah.
and showing them on cam hanging out together. And then like just showing Catboy Cammy with the horse cock on the desk next to him. That's all he needed to show. Nothing even vulgar that.
Yeah.
And yet he didn't show. Instead, he accused him of being a virgin. That's a controlled op right there.
Oh yeah. Well, it's if there's anything I know for sure about all that is that I know Pierce Morgan isn't his own man.
Oh God,
Uh,
no, he's not. I don't think Nick is either.
no.
And I'm not hitting on the player. Like, God bless you, Nick. I like a lot of what Nick does.
Mm.
But like pull the other one is what I'm saying.
Right. Uh, yeah, it's like with the Tucker Carlson interview of Piers Morgan. It's like I don't get it, why he was like, "Oh, I don't want to say those words." It's like, but you're a protected pet. You're allowed to be a little bit more edgy than the rest of England. You know, but maybe he knew that even his little yapping Shih Tzu, lapdog thing wouldn't last it. The yeah, the fourth one. So we've got 9/11 Harambe as in the meme bubble, and the bringing of memes into public consciousness. The death of the boomers, which is a gradual thing rather than an explicit thing. The fourth thing will be uh, is also ongoing. I'm not sure. I'm not very confident in this one, just because we haven't seen it, and that's an actual mainstream right. And I don't mean some sort of pretend psyop that what we've got now. Where there's maybe
Or super popular Pepe army that makes fun of everything. Because
mm,
attacking something is not the same as building something.
that's right. And
Which is let me go back to KCD again, because I really want you guys to play this game. It's so fucking good, and it will teach you about history. But KCD 2 had to bend the knee to leftist ideologues to get to tell you a story about what it meant to be European 1,000 years ago. They had to put the DEI in. And so that's that I want Space
right.
Marines in 1300, right? An actual cultural success for the right.
Yeah. And that's kind of like I don't know what sort of visual it would have. Like the Harambe thing is clear, the 9/11's clear, even the death of the boomers are very clear. But to bring in like a new age, especially for America, like either maybe I'm speaking too much of it. Maybe we will balkanize. Maybe, but like point is the tension can't hold forever. Like this cycle of yearly the tension building up and then becoming sick and disappearing again is just not something that can last. Because it's like, well, what'll happen? Well, the energy will be turned um, against something like the Jeets or the Jews or the whoever is the enemy du jour. And yeah, sure, they might deserve it for
Jesus! You just struck something. Like, you just pinged something in my brain. You're exactly right. Like the
maybe it's Jeet pogroms. It's like the Jewish deli owner looks out. What are you guys doing? Oh, don't worry about it. We're throwing out all the door dashers into the Mississippi River. But
like not. I have felt such a buildup of lower chakra energy, and like I don't mean to be gross or anything, but like I feel like a lot, like red level energy building up.
well, it's like pollution. You have to deal with these things and other people's minds. And when the thing is that when it's like different kinds of Anglos together, it's not so bad. When it's like I like what Bradford Walker is saying here. Uh, when it's like so it's like if in America there are currently two major Hindu temples with their own giant statues. There is no interpretation of the Bible that says that a God-fearing people is allowed to have foreign idols in that manner being worshipped.
We are being baited. We are being baited with pornography. We are being baited to blow all of that lower spiritual energy on something worthless.
Yeah.
Like that's what this whole Jeet thing is about. Like they're trying to blow our load on racism. When war between societies is how societies reproduce.
Yes.
They are baiting us to knock up a black prostitute. That's what they're baiting us to right now.
To have the Navi girlfriend.
I mean, like if we go and wage war with the statue of Krishna, that's war is a reproductive act. Damn, I've got to go to the washroom and get more ice.
That's fair.
The headphones might work the whole way. We'll see. Let me go get ice.
It's fine. I'll ramble
Can you
on.
entertain the audience for a couple
Yes.
moments? Fantastic. I'm going to mute.
Yes. But it's with the driving every DoorDash driver into the sea. But yeah, there's some marker that, I say it might be perhaps, the revival of a real right. Maybe it's a breaking of like the banking industry, in however that would look like. Oh, well, aren't you worried about it, Ben? No, I don't have savings. I don't have savings and I'm vicious. It's it's like there's something there that like the tension can't keep up all the time. No matter how many times you pardon the expression, but no matter how many times you jack off, it doesn't actually create the same effect as sex with a wife. I'm not even talking about a prostitute. A prostitute is jacking off. You're still an incel, sir, until you get married. But it's to no one in particular.
No, listen. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, completely. Oh God! Like my greatest regret is wasting time with girls I wasn't trying to impregnate. If
Right.
I manage to impregnate a girl between now and death, I will praise God.
Oh yeah. And that's kind
Yeah,
of what the
the racism against the Jeets. The Jeets are being set up. They're being set up as a useful scapegoat for our. But like they're not the cause.
No, I mean the cause was set in by the leftists and the social justice warriors of whatever generation, long ago. And it's like if somebody comes up to the head of the Jeep pogrom or whatever, where we're driving the DoorDash drivers into the sea, you've got a delivery 500 feet in front of you. And then he looks out the window and there's like a bay. Drive off the ledge.
Like
to deliver the DoorDash.
This lower chakra energy,
yes,
can be used to impregnate a girl, or can be used to get you laid at the club.
Oh yeah.
You see what I'm saying about that? And we are being tempted right now. We've got this really like
we understand
the people, the boomers. It's less generational. It's more about proportions of generations. It's like 70 to 90% of the boomers, and it's like 50 to 70% of Gen X, and it's like a lower proportion with millennials, lower with Gen Z, but like a proportion of the generation signed up to sell the future so they could have a yacht, right? So they could grill whatever it was, and this energy. It's not actually anti-boomers. Like my folks sometimes have stupid opinions from Fox News, but my folks are pretty based, and it's more about like what are you selling out to the fucking system? What's happening right now is the system is becoming increasingly ugly and stupid and full of lies. And there's this chthonic energy building up
Mm,
that has the potential to ignite a fire that's going to start a new civilization. It's going to start the age of Aquarius.
right.
And they're trying to channel that energy jerking off to porn, into
Mm.
murdering G's, into like absolutely anything but building functional societies.
Well, it's it's the après moi le déluge, after me the flood kind of thing, where it's like as long as they can hold out until, the old crones and the monsters and warlocks are dead. In reality, the younger gen, like say, Obama or whatever, oh, they can weather whatever. Yeah, sure, he can totally. He's the absolutely the same sort of vicious creature as a Feinstein or even someone like Elizabeth Warren or whatever. Like I know I won't say how I know, but I know a man who's an aide. I know how he acts, how he thinks, how he speaks. He's a good guy, but he talks about strategy. But then it's like I hear how Kissinger talked about strategy. Kissinger, after he died, everything went to hell for the Democrats. And I couldn't even tell you what he was doing, but there was a definite change. Like I talked to a woman who was a Democrat campaign organizer in my city, and she said, yeah, after Kissinger died, everything changed. There wasn't like a fight
When did he die?
like last year.
All right, let me look this up because that
Within the
sounds.
last 4 years. Because last 2 years, I think. I remember because it was while I was bouncing. Yeah, 2023.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, just last year, November 29th, like almost exactly a year ago, a year and 2 weeks.
yep. And
Shit, that guy looked pretty fucking good in his old age. I
right.
mean, like he looked pretty much the same as he used to look.
Yeah, I mean he kept up a pretty solid face, but it's like he's been in power since like the 1960s in different advisory roles. Um,
No, he has been one of the high wizards. Like I can, and
mm,
even like if I were just a dumbass right winger, I'd be opposed to him. But he's a really hard guy
mm.
to disagree with.
Yeah, no, you don't like it's um people who wield actual power are far more right wing than their servants give them credit for. Uh, and it's very funny too because she was very bold. This Democrat organizer, oh, I would have given him a piece of my mind. I'm like, yeah, you didn't because you like
Sure, you
working,
will,
don't you?
sweetie. Pat on the head.
Right? You know, she flashed me and one of the bartenders later. It was pretty nice. She was a pretty girl. Uh,
She had a lot of control over herself, eh?
oh yeah. Oh yeah. But it's like the Kissinger thing. Like there might be one or two others who are grand wizards. Like, and I don't mean KKK grand wizards. We mean in the mystic sense. Uh, who are
Actual wizards.
actual wizards, like Kissinger. Who are still running around. But once they die, it's like there's loss there. Like I don't care how Alexander Soros or whatever his name is, Soros's son, acts. It's his father who is the mind behind it all. He set up all the organizations, and he was smart enough to only give an interview like once a decade. Whereas Alexander Soros meets and greets in glad hands, and he's oh so public. And I'm not saying.
Compare Alexander
Hmm.
Soros to Baron Trump. I sense a lot more vril off of Baron Trump than Alexander Soros.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like the Kwisatz Haderach memes don't come from nowhere. We and besides that, his Heart of Iron playthroughs, masterful. But I don't know. I don't know anything about whether he plays games or not. He might, but uh, that's the joke. We found Baron Trump's Steam account, 4,000 hours on Hearts of Iron 4, 3,000 hours on Europa Universalis, et cetera, et cetera. Um, but it's when it comes to these things, it's like there's only so much talent, and we know just by how the social justice warriors act that they haven't invested the talent into their next gens in the same way that uh, you know Republicans tend to now. It's Ultramarine Patriarch, Primarch rather. Yes. Uh, so
Listen,
it's
I'll,
like,
I'll tell you,
mm,
one of the things that's been like, fuck, buddy, I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. I'm 44 and I've got very little to show for it yet.
mm,
Just starting to get a handle on my physical life.
I'm 36 and I'm with you, man.
And one of my big fears right now, or like one of the cautions,
Mm.
is that like I've been so beaten down by life that, especially with COVID beat the hell out of everybody.
Yes.
That don't get beaten down. Like, don't be the elephant. You know this the parable of the elephant and the bracelet. And back when he was like a wee calf, he couldn't break the metal.
Oh, yes, yes.
But now he's grown. He could easily break the metal, but he's been so beaten down, he doesn't think he could anymore. And that's something I think about a lot, because I am just grinding so much and getting, Christ, if I were working this hard 50 years ago, I'd be a billionaire. Now, as it is, I've got a half decent credit rating and a car that I bought on finance.
Mm,
And it's fucking exhausting.
mm.
But my biggest fear right now is letting go of the dream. It's like the don't have the insane dream, but we gotta fucking win this game.
Oh, yes. Part of what I'm reorganizing my life around is to see if a certain career path is open to me that would let me help a lot more people in a counseling role in certain ways. And it's like the goal isn't some sort of like, oh, I'll have my own practice and I'll have my own organization and guild and I'll do this. No, no, no. I want the Zoomer men and the Alpha men who are going to be who are the commit whatever the
Oh, dude,
people.
I've got a video that's recorded all about that.
Yeah.
About the Zoomers. I call them Aleph, by the
Mm.
way. I like Aleph better than Alpha.
Yeah, it's a little bit overkill to call them alpha. But yeah, no, they got a lot of problems, and of course they're also pretty based, but it comes from not from like a natural basedness, right? It, no matter what part of my life, before I knew what based was, before I knew what PUA it was, before the alpha game things, before Vox Day laid down the socio-sexual hierarchy, if somebody said, "Hey, do this gamma thing," lie about this, lie about yourself, I would have looked at down on them in pride. Absolutely not. I won't do a thing about this, in that way. Um, if these things are natural to men, even though we give them words for it now. And I think it'll be like, but the problem is that now that we have words for it, it can be corrupted. It can be thrown around this way and
Look,
that with the
look at
wind.
the Sigma grind set. Look at I'm the
Right.
Sigma male. It's You are what you are.
Yep.
You
And
have to be the best version of yourself.
mm, and it's what I fear is a lot of the new generation comes up and they're just going to come up sick. It's like for myself, it's like I had to go through a lot of things. I'm sure you had to. I had to overcome flaws in my character before I could, think about my life in a higher level kind of way. Uh, and it's not even about like quote unquote helping other people. It's just so that look, it's bad. The enemies have been at the gates forever. They're inside. You know, guess what? We don't really have time for you to be sad. Uh, you know, if you want to live your life, if you want to have the things that you want, like I work with some Christians on some things, and it's like they live in a completely different society, even though they still suffer from the same like job problems that I might. It's like because they have a culture, because they have these like things before, things that like Christian groups and stuff like that, friends, family around them in ways that I just simply don't. Um, it's it's better for them, for that stuff. But no, we don't have that as the rule anymore. We have that as the exception, the gem that you think about. You pull it out, maybe because the daughter's cute, but you pull it out and you think about it because it's like, okay, well, how do I help these people? Uh, you know, set themselves up. The time to actually gain power is when you're 20. When you start getting those
Oh,
insights.
Jesus Christ. If my one biggest regret from my 20s,
Mm,
well, I hell, it's not even a regret. I accomplished a lot of shit in my 20s that I'm proud of. I was scared of violence when I was in my teens.
mm,
I'm not fucking scared of violence anymore. Uh, but the thing I regret is I didn't build a credit rating. I didn't build. I I don't know if this makes sense to you, but like it's like I built
mm,
like I was got bullied a lot when I was a young kid. And then in high school I joined the football team and I kept with that. I joined the army and like I put myself together in the sort of guy that I don't accept bribes. I don't
mhm.
I don't fold to intimidation. I like this about me. What I don't like is I didn't get a credit rating until like this year, right? Like I
Oh
like
yeah.
I I spent a lot of time pissing around in my 20s and getting my dick wet and uh that sort of stuff.
Mm.
I won and lost a few fist fights and they were a lot of fun, but I wish I'd got more of a credit rating. Like I wish I had,
A certain level of stability.
there's this meme I saw from one of the schizoid channels. All right, the game has started again. Those that won the last game know the rules of this game. If you don't know the rules, look around and see who's playing well and learn the rules from them.
Yes.
And that is a brilliant metaphor for life right there. What the fuck are the rules? Like religion, true religion is all about trying to initiate the young into perceiving the rules.
Yep. And not just be sort of ground down by them. Like it's one of the things with our generation where a lot of us were told, the rules, and then the rules didn't apply when we hit
We
the
were
real
told
world.
the opposite of the fucking rules.
Yep. Whether it was women, whether it was business, of course, don't get me wrong, many of our generation broke out, did their own thing, had their own businesses. So it's not like it was a thing, but if you look at the per capita, we'll say,
Look
more
look at
people
look at the
failed than not.
manosphere.
Mm,
Look at the whole manosphere. It's the whole manosphere was realizing that everything we'd been taught about women was wrong.
yes.
And then there was a segment of the manosphere that went into the PUA version. Like, how do you hack girls? How do you hack getting your dick wet? And it's
Yes.
that, and we all did a little bit of that. We all did a little bit of how do I get my dick wet, which is
Hmm.
that's the wrong question.
Right.
The right question is, how do I knock up a loyal wife with good genes? That's the right question. How do I find a good wife that will give me many strong babies?
For quite a few, let me see here. There we
But
go.
that's close to, how do I get my dick wet? There's like
Hmm.
two Venn diagrams, right?
How do I get a wife with the sloppiest knockers? Yes, this is very
Exactly. Big
important.
titty goth girlfriend, racist schizo.
Yes.
I think I might have finally found her, by the way, but she's a gilf. But I'm still going for it.
Ooh.
She's
Uh,
my age. That's gilf these days.
44. Sit down, Grandma. You might bust the hernia. She kicks in your door. Aurini, get off the live stream. We're listening to Russian number stations.
Oh my fucking god! No, she would too. She totally would.
Oh, that's a great meme. It's like, I lied. We're not. It's this like schizo looking girl, and she's like, I lied. We're not watching Netflix. We're listening to Russian number stations.
God, like perfect, perfect
Yes.
wife material right there.
It's like whenever somebody shows like a slightly unsettling girl, like there's this one Japanese artist who has like this sweaty girl who's like, really into you, but clearly won't make the first move. And it's like, would you like a girl like me? Yes. Shut up. That's a stupid question. Of course.
Oh god, I saw this girl on TikTok that was calling herself chopped, and she actually was pretty chopped,
Sure.
but she was fit. She was
Yes.
fit, chopped,
What is
and didn't have high, like
what is
like
chopped?
she's chopped. Like she's got kind of an ugly face.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like her nose is wrong, her jaw is kind of awkward, but she's like got a.
Listen, just go on a
All right,
dating app.
this sounds lame, but like she's got a fucking good personality. Like
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes. One of the big regrets I have when we were young, or at least when I was young, like I don't know
Mm,
about you, but like the desire to impress other people. Don't try and impress people with your girlfriend.
right. I never really did that, but also I never really succeeded long enough to do it more than like once.
I mean, you know what, man? Like I never had the only one that got away was a girl completely cranked on Vyvanse that she messaged me every 7 years. Every 7 years, she just messaged me again. And she doesn't remember that she broke up with me. She's obsessed with me, but she's so cranked on Vyvanse and addicted to the corporation. Ugh. That's the one that got away. The girl that got destroyed by pharmacology is the one
Right.
that got away. But I never screwed up a good girl by going for the easy. So,
Mm,
I guess I got no regret. I got regrets over how freaking hard it is to find a girl, and how we got taught the completely wrong rule set, and how
mhm.
we kind of had to like learn the rule set for ourselves, and half the time we were playing the wrong game. Like I went to the club like 5 or 6 times in my life, and that's the worst place to go to meet a girl.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's like you go there and it's like, "Well, what do you mean I couldn't find a wife at a club?" Buddy,
You
what
can't
do
even
you think?
talk to girls there.
Right.
I didn't even get laid at the club, for crying out loud.
There's, yeah. No, it's yeah. I've been to the club a few times, but I never enjoyed the partying. I enjoy being a bouncer, though. It's a more honorable profession. Uh,
I just, man, I really hope you don't get stabbed. It's a high risk profession for low pay. is my only critique of that. It's honorable. I completely agree. Doesn't
No,
pay
so
enough.
the stabbings mostly come from guys who do bouncing for strip clubs. So like it's a per capita thing. If you take out the strip club bouncers from the dead bouncers, the death rate goes down a lot, and the ones that do die can be explained. Like there was a shooting at a bar called Molly's, and it was over a guy's cell phone. Who, to be clear, he did lose it in Molly's, and they did have it. However, the bouncers treated him so poorly. You can imagine what kind of youth this was. They treated him so poorly that he came back with a gun. The bouncers didn't get hit, but the manager took a bullet. To be fair to the guy, the manager was the one who wasn't disciplining his security staff. But at the same time, it was like, you all you had to do was say, "Yeah, buddy, sorry, we don't have it," or at the very least, I don't know about it. So why don't you stay here? We can't let you back in because you're too drunk. Let me go let me check with the manager, and we'll see about your cell phone. Like there's ways to de-escalate a situation that will never lead to violence unless somebody's actually actively cranked out and probably demonically obsessed. um like I threw out a guy, and all of a sudden he just started slamming himself, like screaming, kicking, spitting against the iron grate and running up and down the alley. I'm like, this
Was he
guy's
on meth?
he might have been. He was on he was falling asleep at the bar, which is why I threw him out. But he when he seconded
No,
he
no,
did.
that's alcohol. That's just alcohol.
I don't know. Like you have to understand, I've dealt with alcoholics, even ones who want to fight. They don't slam themselves against walls or doors. Is what I'm trying. You know. Anyway,
Uh,
uh, there, there was one I could believe was alcohol, kind of, where tried to
but he
throw
was
out.
he was he was falling asleep at the bar,
Yeah, yeah, he was down and out. I
and
put
then
him out gently,
you got
and
excited.
he got excited and he started screaming and
I mean,
okay,
it's also
just it was
demonically possessed, but it's
right,
not
yeah,
meth. If he
right. It's
if he was on meth, he would have been fucking awake.
oh yeah, no, that's like a one time I did that to another guy. All of a sudden, his dad and older brother started trying to fight me before I could de-escalate it. So I had two younger guys and an older guy. Like the old man, maybe 50 years old, maybe 60, somewhere in there, rips off his coat like he's ready to throw down with me. And
That's
it's
pretty
like,
far out there, man.
that's pretty far out there.
What do you do about that?
I threw my, I was,
Sir, I respect you.
I was like, "Sir, calm down, calm down." And I was calling for my backup, but he had his like cap over his eyes, at the right angle, looking at somebody else. And I just threw my flashlight at him and hit his girlfriend. And I had exactly 5 seconds to tell the guy that that it was me and not the three guys he was about to rip in half. Because unlike me, don't get me wrong, I'll throw down. I don't give a fuck about much. I'll throw down any day of the week.
You gotta.
However,
That's a job requirement.
that is a job requirement. However, I will use my words up until the first punch is thrown, and I'm never going to throw the first punch. Don't get me wrong. Drunks are a lot less sneaky than they think they are, and I'm always sober. But the other guy is an actual, like, competed in the MMA, not like the MMA
Drunks
like
are a lot less
organization,
sneaky than they think they are. He says.
buddy.
No, it's brilliant. That's beautiful.
Yeah,
That's fucking of course they are.
right. And he's actually like trains people for MMA and actual fighters and stuff. So I had about 10 seconds to explain to him that I had done it by accident because I was flashing at him, and he wasn't picking up on it because we had these little flashlights. And then I apologized to his girlfriend. But no, the three of them nearly had their asses beat by the whole bar because they thought they were the ones who had thrown the flashlight. But it was weird because like the smallest one was the one who was sleeping, and when they went outside, the older brother, while the old guy was still trying to call me out to fight, uh, the older brother picked up his younger brother and started running up and down the parking lot with him. You see that? I think was meth or cocaine or coke.
What? Wait, what was it? What? Sorry, tell me, what was he doing?
He had picked up his younger brother, the one who had been sleeping. He grabbed him outside and started running up and down the parking lot. And he did it for like 2 laps, up and down. It was a weird one.
I'm leaning cocaine with that.
Yeah, I agree with it because they didn't have the meth teeth or anything like that. I think thinking of drugs, I do think our relationship to drugs will change with the changing of the age.
I am a firm believer that the deployment of drugs determines the effect of drugs. Like China had opium for thousands of fucking years,
Mm-hmm.
but it wasn't until a bunch of advanced psychic agencies started deploying opium to destroy China that it became a major fucking problem.
That sounds like a stream all on its own. I had no idea that psychic agencies were responsible for that. I thought it was
Oh,
just the East India Trading Company.
fuck. You know what? I've got a YouTube channel again. It's God, it's the most depressing thing about being kicked off YouTube is like nobody listens. I get like 20 views on a video. No, I've got so much to say about this.
Yeah.
Like watch Dune. Listen, pharmacia is one of the foundational forms of magic. Okay, drugs
Yes.
are magic. When you go and get Tylenol, God help you, or you get
Ooh, that's strong stuff.
or acetylsalicylic acid, which is what you should be taking, also known as birch bark.
Mm-hmm.
Birch bark, like, listen, you got pain, take some birch bark, ASA.
Mm.
All of these are deployed in weaponized forms.
Sure.
And Dune, like, does anybody else knows that Dune, like the spice is simultaneously petroleum and LSD? Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird that like plutonium and psilocybin are the same drug in Dune? That's because drugs are drugs, man. Chemistry is chemistry. It's all the same goddamn thing.
I've never thought about that before.
So there's an extremely based Negro that streams, and I gotta remember this guy's name. It's a Catholic girl that who smokes like a motherfucker and paints pictures of Jesus that turned me on to this guy. I didn't marry her because she deserves better than me. So she turned me on to this guy, and he pointed out, all right, you know, on the dime. Wait, maybe not in America. On the dime, we got a schooner in Canada. You know how all those faggots at the fancy university, they all like they row boats for like Chad rows a boat to win a
Yes.
competition. Do you know where that came from?
No.
All of the Ivy League schools in America were founded upon schooner fleets. And there's so do you know how all the motherfuckers that founded the university system in America, do you know how they made their riches?
And overseas trade.
Schooners shoveling drugs into China during the Opium War. It's always been drugs and petroleum and chemistry. Alchemy is one
Yeah.
of the really foundational magical sciences. And so China had access to opium for thousands of, like, they grow it in Afghanistan, for crying out loud. That's like 1,000 feet away from China or something.
Yeah.
You think they didn't have opium? They've had opium forever.
No,
In
they
Flanders
yeah, they
fields,
had
the poppies grow. We got them in the West too. Like, if you can grow poppies, you can grow opium.
no, they had plenty of opium dens before, but yeah, it wasn't the same sort of national crisis as it was, when the East India Trading Company came in.
Drugs are always deployed. Did you know that we actually had, in the 1960s, there were 4 times as many people taking methamphetamine as there are today?
Yes. It was prescribed over the counter.
Yes, and so they were just being obsessive housewives and clean, like, they weren't breaking into the back of your Buick. They weren't smashing the window of your car to steal your ski jacket back
Right.
then. The drugs were causing a lot of, like, you gotta be really fucking careful with drugs, people.
There must have been I'm sure that it was more diluted when those housewives took it, compared to, whatever the heck they're huffing on the streets. It's like weed. Like, even though, sure, the plant species might be the same, there's no direct connection between the potency of what it was, 50 years ago in Vietnam or whatever, and what the hell they're producing now. Heck, I know it's different for psilocybin mushrooms, just because somebody down California way, down Mexico way, somewhere in the West Coast milieu, um, figured out a way to grow it without grow it differently than we do normally. And changed up the formula, made it more potent.
That is part of it. I mean, like,
Mm,
whiskey and vodka and beer all hit you differently.
it's true. Gin makes me smile. Tequila makes me preach.
Tequila gets me. I can't do, man, fucking tequila.
Old man.
Every time I've done tequila, I have wound up in irons, dead to rights by the cops, and I've gotten away with it every time. It's been 3 times. I committed multiple felonies. I'm never touching tequila again. I feel like if I got away, I got away with, like, one time. Seriously, I smashed my car at about 80 kilometers an hour.
No, don't confess now.
I had it fixed by the end of the weekend so I could go to work on Monday. My buddy was there. He looked at it, like, I don't know how the fuck you did that. And since I will not touch tequila after that.
Yeah.
So yes, it's all alcohol, but it hits you differently.
It does. It's why gin that's just grain alcohol is different than gin that's actually made the old ways. If you can get Hendrix in a box from England, you'll actually see that the good stuff doesn't have 100% grain alcohol or whatever in it.
And one time I spent the whole night drinking gin with my buddy.
Uh-huh.
I had to go to work the next day, so I go to work. And he texts me about 10 a.m. He's like, "How do you feel?" I said, "I feel like somebody punched me in the fucking face." And he said, "Pound a beer at lunch, you'll feel like Captain Picard." But no, drugs are fucking weird. Drugs are super, super fucking weird. Like, we started deploying, like, the Nazis deployed meth and they turned people into war criminals. We're deploying meth these days and we turn people into sex criminals. There's an aspect of deployment of the drug. Like, the drug's got the innate, like an amphetamine.
It almost like it
MCMO.
brings out the dominant sin of the spirit of the people at that time. You know, like the opium den was sloth for the Chinese, the meth for the
Sloth and
Nazi.
slavery. Yeah.
Yep. For the Nazi, it was, you know, their hatred and pride. You know,
They
when
they
you
had they had sublimated the sexual aspect,
Mhm.
right? They burned all the books of pornography and trans surgery. And so meth turned up this obsessive violence.
Yep. And then, of course, for our culture, it's, you know, sex is, of course, everywhere. Just
What
like,
do
you
you what
know,
what do you think Ritalin is? We've been pumping the kids full of Ritalin while exposing them to high hardcore pornography.
give them the meth, give them the Playboy. This is probably why our energies keep getting destroyed. Not that I'm a total believer in chakras, even though
Well,
it's like
no, chakra, like you've got the vagus nerve,
yes.
right? Like chakras are like they match biology. Okay, it's alcohol has physiological effects. I'm obviously kind of drunk right now.
Yep.
um,
I'm not drunk
I,
enough. I didn't feel like it. I'm sorry.
brother, all good as long as I'm tolerable. I'm mostly drinking mead tonight, so
Yes.
I'm liking it. This is good mead, man. This is made with heart and honesty.
What's the name of
Um,
it again?
Fallen Timber, but it's a Canadian brand. I don't know if you can get it down there.
Ah, this is America. This is if it's one thing an American can get, it's alcohol.
I got a friend in America. I need to get back in touch with her. She was making mead last time I talked to her.
Ooh.
No, mead is an interesting drink. And this is good mead. This is not sweet mead. This is nice and bitter and rude, but it's ancestral, you know?
Hmm. Well, I just like the, you know, like we stop it. No, we don't have any fallen timber. That's a shame. Uh, yeah.
Established 2010. Holy shit, that's an old meadery. I know I'm drinking out of a beer can like a fucking retard, but like this is actually good mead, man.
Yeah.
So yeah, drugs, it's about the deployment. The
Yeah.
deployment, the attention, the shadow self, the the
Mm.
conditions you're deploying them onto. Drugs are a really weird thing. Like we pretend we understand them, we don't understand them.
Oh yeah. Well, it's like so one New Year's, I'm standing at the door and this guy, one of the more regular patrons, shows up, hands me something, and he's like, "Here you go for New Year's," and I just take it. It was a gummy of some kind, and then like,
Oh yeah.
of course, the realization hit in a minute later. It's like, wait, I just randomly took something. The I didn't even like. I was distracted by crap, and it's like, you know. So for the rest of the night, I was really seeing colors, man. I was
Cool.
seeing colors. And of course that helped me, you know, like it did give me insight on how colors interact with each other, just from the how the saturation is, how the like once a part of your brain just really notices how like three different colors interact, you're just not going to not notice it. You know, you can talk about it, but at the same time, it's like a woman screaming in the hallway over some family drama and personal, you know, whatever. I'm not going to talk about it. Was like, I don't like this. This is too much empathy, man. I'm out of here. I am feeling a oneness with all the people. And then I threw up so hard. Uh, uh, my ventilation felt smelt funny for a year. Um, it's a lot of pizza in that one. But it's like, yeah, no, it does weird things to you. I've seen some very weird people. People addicted to these things, desperate for something. It comes back to some of the stuff I said about spirituality, religion earlier. It all comes back to God. A lot of the people I know who do a lot of drugs are godless. They don't have that spiritual grounding. Um, or they're somewhat they're agnostic at the best of it. I'm not talking like cigarettes or cigars or tobacco of any kind. I'm talking weed and up. uh we're finally seeing that schizophrenia is aggravated by weed, and can even cause it in heavy users. We're finally seeing action being done on fentanyl. It's like, excuse me, it's like there's a change in the air for it. I don't consider it an important movement though, just because people aren't going to give up weed. Like I'm even shocked that people gave up, that are over the counter amphetamines. But like I said earlier, they must have not been as strong as all that compared.
My I'll give you my theory on amphetamines. It's actually they were actually pretty useless to the Nazis because you can stay awake for 3 days on amphetamines, but your tank still needs an oil change.
And it's a Panzer. So good luck with that oil change, fucko.
Yeah, so actually staying up for 3 days, like in theory, staying up for 3 days sounds like it would be like you'd be super fucking effective.
Yeah.
Except no, actually you won't. In a like I'm not much of a writer anymore. But back when I was a writer, it's like I had like 4 good hours of writing in me. And alcohol would help that. They exasperate it. Coffee would help that. Um, maybe weed would help that too. And I didn't do weed back then. I'm still not much of a weed user.
Yeah.
But I only had 4 good hours. There's that 4 good hours that I could suck the most out of them using drugs, and then I'd be useless the next day because I'm hungover or whatever. But like I could do that. But the problem with amphetamines is like you just stay awake for days on end,
Yeah.
and you respond to emails super quickly, right? You
Right.
you appear to be a very effective worker. You appear to be a very switched on storm worker, whatever they call the stormtroopers in German. Um, but actually, you're not that useful. You're actually your tank needs repairs once a day, and so you're fucking wide awake and wired while your tank's being repaired. That's not useful to the Wehrmacht.
No. It's and there's no guarantee that your cognition is the same.
No, it's definitely not.
Yeah. Because it's like I
It's
had to spend 48 hours up, with very minimal sleep, energy drinks. I woke up to try and go to church, and my body's like, absolutely not, buddy. And I slept, a total of 12 hours. It's like I don't see how. Like, yeah, sure, you could stay awake for 3 days, but you sleep for one. Well, that's actually a lot of enemy movement over 24 hours. It's like if I had a full day that I know that a third of the enemy's army is just down and out and can't do anything, like that would make me quite bold, on any day of the week, I think might be advantageous. You know what I mean?
I swear to God, this is probably still the most useful combat. Well, this and absinthe. Have you ever done absinthe?
Yes,
Holy shit, that
it's
makes
pretty
you
good.
bloodthirsty, doesn't it? It's fucking good. I I gotta
I'm a,
piss, but I strongly recommend absinthe. Every man needs to do absinthe. Just try not to murder anybody while you're on it.
it's very French, you see, very French to
Oh
murder over
God.
love.
All right.
Hmm.
Here's a question for you. Should you do absinthe with your girlfriend?
No. There's a certain amount of, well, like, as long as she's not drinking you drink for drink. Like, yeah, sure, there's times to do a fun little thing where you have some absinthe and you say something about the luge, and the colors and how it interacts with the water and the sugar. Like there's like date nights and then there's serious drinking. On a date night, it's fine to do one, because you're doing one together. But if you're there to drink absinthe, as in to get drunk on absinthe, have an absinthe service done for you, quite frankly, women shouldn't get drunk. Let me tell you, as a bouncer, I know how these women become when they're very drunk, when they go into the blackout. They either become stupid aggressive, which, for a guy like me of my size, is guess what, lady? You try to push me, I'm going to bounce you down. And I'm not going to hurt you or anything like that. You just happened to fall over when you tried to push me. Uh, then you have women who just get stupid aggressive with other women. Fuck you, bitch, and then she slaps a waitress's cup out of her hands. And then the third type is the disturbing ones. Well, there's also the horny ones, which kind of like intersperses between the other two.
Which is the same
Uh,
as the disturbing ones.
yes, the disturbing one is when they go doll like. They just sit in the chair, they have their hands in their lap, and anyone can do anything they want to them. I'm sure there's other types, sad ones and stuff like that. But in St. Louis, those are the three that tend to happen. Occasionally, you get sad ones, but it's not anywhere close to the other three. They sit it, that's like when that's aggression, whatever. Some girls are just aggressive, but when a girl goes doll like, I get her friends, I get whoever I need to, and I make sure she goes home in an Uber because otherwise somebody will take advantage of her.
And
Not
then
that I'm saying,
they're gonna claim they got date raped at the bar. Be like,
yep,
no,
if they remember.
no, you had 3 beers.
No, this is beyond that. This is like, well, it doesn't matter. Like, if I,
No,
it's
no,
like,
I'm I want to elicit your wisdom on this
yeah,
because I've had girls that I was flirting with them and I was thinking I'm gonna take this girl home with me, and then I realized this girl is blackout drunk right now.
yes,
She's acting sober and she's acting like she's going along with everything, but this girl has zero free will right now.
oh yeah, uh, yeah. Like I would never take a girl like that home. I guess that's maybe the early
Oh,
stages.
I didn't like as soon as you
Right.
realize that, but it's like they masquerade.
Oh yeah. Well, it's part of the reason why, the loss of the family and the husband at an earlier age is just such a bad thing for them. Because imagine it, if a girl did get drunk, which they didn't really do back then, nearly as much as people said, unless it was like a wedding. The husband would be there to protect them and, oh, hubby, when did you get so strong? All the feelings that they have can be sublimated on the
It would be
husband.
generally supported that if a husband grabbed his wife and dragged her home, that
Hmm.
these days you'd have a white knight showing up accusing you of being abusive.
Oh, and so I've had that with, there was a woman who was niece of a cop, an important one in the city. And like,
Yeah.
so she had a couple of
Yes.
cop buddies, they were hanging out, they were having a good time, but then she had to go. She didn't feel well. She thought she was going to throw up. We all agreed, but she wasn't really steady on her feet. So one of the cop friends who was, quasi date, had her by the arm and helped her out. Maybe a bit more rough than it needed to be. I'll admit that. But quite frankly, she was drunk and unsteady on her feet, and she got off on it mostly under her own power. But I had a guy, and then she sat off to the side waiting for whoever to pick her up. All very nice. There were women cops and men cops who were just hanging out. It wasn't anything, you know, nothing actually untowards was happening. But there was this guy who decided that he wanted to white knight. Oh, what's the problem? Oh, is there a problem? We should, buddy, it's fine. She's with her family, she's with her friends. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I think somebody should, call somebody. And I'm like, mentally, I'm like, who? The cops? The cops that are around her right now? The cops that she's related to? Like, again, important, family, in the cop culture of the city. And so it's like, no, like nobody's going to do anything for this because she's safe. She had too much to drink. She was let out, and she's sitting nice and fine on a bench waiting for someone to pick her up. In 10 minutes or whatever. And it was like I had to tell him. I had to tell him very clearly that this isn't a white knight situation. She's fine. She's with family and friends. And yet, I had to, like I couldn't stop the guy from just walking outside. But it's like, Bud, I wouldn't do that. And eventually started taking off one of the larger police officers, who, scared him off. Because of course, white knights can't fight for shit. So it's not that he should have or anything like that. She was led into a cop car. I saw her later, no worse for wear. It's things like we had to take out a woman who I can't remember if she was throwing up, or she fell asleep or something like that. So we put her out to the side. She's like, Where's your friends? Text your friends." She texted her friends. Her friends didn't come out. So I kept an eye on her, but in the restaurant that I was in at the time, they didn't do Ubers for anybody. Once you're out in the street, you're the street's problem. Uh,
I
the
mean, that is kind of reasonable,
Yeah, it's
but
reasonable.
but still kind of shitty at the same time.
Yeah, but it's like it's Soulard, baby. The it's
Chinatown, baby.
it's Chinatown, yeah. So anyway, she sat there, and then a woman came up to her, talked to her for a bit. I explained what was going on to her. Oh yeah, I can help her. Oh good. Now mentally, I was thinking that this was a friend of hers or something, or she knew her. No, she paid for a taxi. This angel paid for a taxi out of her own money. The woman got in the taxi, and I hope to God that she got home safe. I'm sure she did, because I didn't hear of any crimes and I wasn't interviewed. Um, but then her friends came out 2 hours later. Hey, where was Liz? Where's Liz? What do you
I don't
mean?
know.
What do you mean? She went into a taxi. What? It's like some friends you are, and I berated them for a bit. Uh, Another time I called the cops on a guy who tried to sleep in the blind spot of an alley. Like when you have an alley that's a little bit raised up in between two buildings, and then you have the sewer system. And so if you look at the sewer system,
No,
you
I have
actually
no
can
idea
get,
what. I would
well,
go.
basically there's a slope in between two sewer inflows. That was an alley.
Okay, sure.
And so like it's not much of a bump, right? If someone was standing there, you could see them. But this guy decided, and he was a small guy, thin guy anyway, to lay in between these two sewer bits at a point where no truck is going to see him coming up the alley or coming down the alley until it was too late.
Oh, okay,
So
gotcha.
it was like a blind spot.
I,
Like,
I, I
yeah.
thought it was like a rapist's niche. Like, the alley was designed with a rapist. Okay, so it's
Right.
a spot That
Well,
trucks can't see him. Okay, that
right, it's trucks can't see him,
I
but they
still
can
know what
go
the
up
hell
there.
you're talking about, but it makes more sense now.
Yeah, it's like there's some outcroppings that are part of the sewers. So it's not like enough to like actually block it, but he was lying flat enough that unless like no one would be looking. I called the cops on him. I'm like, buddy, you're drunk. Yeah, fuck you, bud. Oh, I don't care. Get yourself out of there. I don't want to see you splattered on this street. It's bad for business.
I'm not gonna lie, I once got arrested for trying to sleep in the middle of a street.
Yeah, that's fair. You deserve that one, Aurini. You deserve that one just a little bit. Oh man. So speaking of drugs, I had
Seems
an
like a
uncle.
reasonable place to sleep to me.
I'm sure it was
You
warm at the
got
time,
the curb as a nice pillow there.
right? So one of the last things my uncle did, he wasn't really my uncle, but we called him that. He was a drug addict, and he had gone so far in, you couldn't trust a word he said. He had no relation to reality. He had found some friends, which is code for just people who get him drugs, or help him get drugs. And
Yeah. Yep.
the last thing he does in his life is he goes after
Uh,
this
that's
goes
kind of
after
my code
drugs.
for friends too, if you're gonna be really honest. People that want to get drunk with me.
But he collapses onto the street. His friends don't call an ambulance, and instead they rob him. And then whether or not he was alive or dead, we've kind of kept mysterious. We haven't bothered with an inquest. But he's lying in the middle of the street, can't move, maybe dead. And this old woman who was a nanny of some kind, like one of the kind of not quite live-in nannies, but she does a little house watching and then some cleaning, the type.
Like foreign
Uh,
slave.
yeah, a little bit. An abuela, rent an abuela. Um,
We don't have
she,
those in Canada, by the way. That's
yeah,
that's that that's totally an American thing. But
I
I
mean,
know what you're talking about.
yeah, and quite frankly, it's a lower class house cleaner. Like whatever. We've had those, and like those aren't the problem.
And
Um,
I'm also not disrespecting her by
no,
I'm being blunt by describing her as a foreign slave.
yes, like it's like from what we could tell, nice woman, paid her taxes, all that good stuff. Didn't have any warrants that suddenly cropped up. But essentially, she just ran him over, killed him. If he wasn't dead already. Like it was like 3 a.m., middle of the street. It wasn't quite snowing, but it was very dark and cloudy, and it was in a bad part of town, so the lights weren't as good as they should have been. It's like she ran him over, didn't see him. Uh,
Jesus.
and so it's like so she felt bad. She felt terrible. Nobody's mistaking her for somebody who just like someone on the street, wham. Uh, you know, but it's like that whole drug idea and concept. Yeah, it destroyed his ego and it destroyed him with it. He had no ego to speak of, not even something to keep himself from consistently returning to the needle. It's why I don't like. I guess we'll sort of close with some of these statements. It's why I don't like. I'm always cautious around this astrology stuff, the esoteric nature of things, not because I don't think they're true or they don't have an effect. They clearly do. They clearly do. But it's also clear that most people, 99% of people, do not have the grounding to handle it. And most people who think they can handle it can't. I don't even think I could handle it, and I'm very confident in my salvation in Christ. And I'm confident in the scriptural backing for all this stuff. Do I believe that the wise men could tell, their Savior was coming from the stars? Absolutely. Do I think that that's something that should be replicated? Well, I've seen a lot of Protestant ministers try to predict the apocalypse, the return
Oh
of
my
Christ.
goodness.
And believe you me, there's a lot of math, all right, that goes into these guys. So I don't think much of them at all. It's like whatever it comes down to, the practical work of the cultivating our souls doesn't come from a tarot deck. It comes from the cross and the Bible, and even the art inspired by God. Not, of course, I'm talking pure religious art, but I am talking about the divinely inspired, the non-pornographies. Um, it's
We are in such huge agreement there.
yeah.
I feel very compelled to
Mm,
walk down dangerous roads. I and I'm not recommending them to anybody.
no.
I've got I got no idea where my soul goes. I am I think I'm probably okay. I'm pretty sure I'm okay. I spend so much time second guessing myself, re-examining myself. Um, I spend half my time doing things I think I should, and the other half of the time not doing things I think I should have. You know?
Yeah, Paul talks about it. I do the things that I don't want to do, and I don't do the things I want to do. It's
Exact. Yeah,
mm,
and I have no fucking answers.
no.
I don't think anybody that's actually walking the path. Okay, so I guess that's a distinction right there.
Yeah.
People that are walking the path and people that aren't. There are I do believe in the Hylics, the psychics, and the pneumatics.
Yes.
And the hardest difficulty level is being a pneumatic. If you're a Hylic, you're Hylics. I can't imagine that Hylics go to hell any more than cows go to hell, for crying out loud.
I,
I guarantee that nobody listening to this stream is a Hylic, not at this point anyway.
no.
Uh,
I think I think there's different standards for each level. It's like when I talk to people about salvation. It's Jesus Christ born. He lived. Perfect sacrifice on the cross. My sins put him that what do I usually say? The Jews put him forward for death. The Romans put him on the cross, but it's my sin that kept him there.
you know,
He was buried, he rose again on the third day. But then in actuality, there is a million little things that flow into it and out of it. Like things like, Jesus being man and God. And you better hope you don't trip up over the words of him being man and God, et cetera,
no,
or things like the
that's
Trinity. It's
that's pneumatic or at best psychic shit. Like whether or not are you condemning Christ for your sins, or are you condemning your higher self for your sins? Like that, it's literally the same thing if you get it. It's
mm,
and yes, you are, but that's the only way you learn. So what do you want, asshole?
it's
what
weird because it's like you
there's
have
a
to
step.
keep going.
Oh, it's like there's a uh, Squidward meme. This is Samsara, sir. We suffer here.
Well,
Like,
it's like you do have to come to a place where you do condemn yourself. You have to say, "I am a sinner before God. I deserve hell. Oh Lord, take my sin from me. I
damn
deserve
straight.
hell."
Damn, if you don't,
That's what it is.
damn straight. And
Yeah.
also, you need to ascend above that.
Yep.
Like, I'm, you can't spend your whole life kicking your own ass because you're like, obviously, you're a sinner. Jesus Christ. You think that Christ didn't know Christ was a sinner too. Like,
No, he
it's,
wasn't.
no, he
If
was.
no,
No, he,
so he
I'm sorry.
accepted. Hold on, hold on.
I'm going to be, okay, go ahead.
He accepted our sin on the cross, but he himself was blameless. That is the only reason he was acceptable for the cross.
I'm going to flip it upside down now.
Mm. Like a
The
St. Peter's
only
cross?
the o damn straight. Exactly. The only reason he was the acceptable sin on the cross is because he understood. He was man and God. He understood all the fucking temptations of man and
That's
felt
true.
all of them in his heart and knew those sins, which is the only reason he could be an acceptable sacrifice.
Yep. It's true. He
That was
says he
pretty
knew sin.
that was a slick willy, wasn't
Oh, it's slick.
it?
Oh, it's
No,
so slick.
Christ is a brilliant figure. Christ is truly fucking brilliant.
Mm.
Um, I got a lot of skepticism about a lot of things these days, but I do not have skepticism over Christ.
That's the iron spine of all good Christian men. Whatever comes up, business things, esoteric, non-esoteric life things, as long as you keep to the steel spine of Christ in your life, a lot of things will work out. It's why even though I despaired a bit, with my current troubles, it's like fundamentally, I'm like, I'm gonna be fine. I just feel sad. I lost a job I really loved. I sold meat and grills. You know how fun that was?
You were
Oh,
literally Hank Hill.
I was literally Hank Hill, and God took that from me. I saw it coming, but I ignored all the signs. But
Oh,
misfortune, oh me, oh Job, I'm a little Job here, and it's like I'm a fat dog in front of a fire whining because I broke a toy. It's like you're gonna get up, you're gonna play.
brother, last year I had a job I loved and a girlfriend, and like everything was going perfect. It's all fallen to shit.
Yeah,
But I also got a new car like 2
that's
days
pretty
ago.
sweet.
So
Oh
up
yeah.
and down, up and down, up and
Oh,
down.
yeah. New Year's gonna be good. I'm gonna work on actually fulfilling all the things that I try to fulfill now, except stronger and double time. That's what the whole human experience is kind of about. We can mope about, oh me, oh my, I'm a fat dog in front of a fire while my master prods me with a stick. Or I could, get up and, make the other guy bleed, as they say.
I believe we're here to learn wisdom.
Mm,
I I I just read a thing today that made a lot of sense to me.
hmm
That the nature of this world is fundamentally evil. That like the most like the nature of the way that power works. Like everybody in this reality is stepping on everybody else. Like we're stepping on animals and they're stepping on plants and there's everybody is
Yep.
stepping on somebody else. And that's the cost. That's the price of incarnating in this reality. Is you're going to step on like you can't be holy by being a vegan. Okay, man, you're still stepping on worms or something. Um,
Oh
we're
yeah.
we're all stepping on something else.
I've
So,
got a piece of beef in my fridge right now that I'm going to be eating.
oh, damn straight, man. And like we've got cattle on the farm here, and we try and be good, honorable cattle farmers. We we do our best to be honorable, like honorable caretakers. The people that get obsessed with power, they damn themselves by their obsession with power. When you're a billionaire, you're only like the only thing is abusing a prostitute or worse.
Only if it's a male prostitute of color.
That's if you're a Republican. The rest of us, like, we do our best to. Yes, there's immense suffering in this realm, but we there's also immense beauty in this realm. And if don't obsess over power, obsess over beauty. Beauty will save the world.
It's true. All those billionaires with ugly wives.
Oh my god!
And to think God made all the beauty of women, and they have all the aphrodisiac money, and only men who are properly natured like Donald Trump can enjoy them. Whew. I mean, I think whole books will be written. Whole books will be written about how well Melania Trump dresses and what she put forward based on events like that whole mafia get up. Oh, that was
What's the Bible? What's the Bible say? Take joy in the beauty of your
mm,
wife.
that's right. And if you're
Which is the prop. I mean, female beauty.
mm,
Female beauty is wonderful. I love female beauty, but
yes,
I also I'm not married. I'm talking to a girl. I don't know. I What I actually really love about this girl is I love the spirit behind the beauty.
mm, it does come out. The how do I want to put it?
It's like we're being really nerdy right now. We're being very romantic, but it's I don't want 12 prostitutes from the mafia bar.
None of them trustworthy. None of them anything more than barely a night. Uh, but
As a
but a
as a
wife,
bouncer, you kind of see the ugliest parts of the romance game as a bouncer.
I do. The ugliest female relationship is between a woman and her gay best friend. Because man, that thing hates her so much. You do not understand how much a gay friend hates his female friend.
Go on.
Uh, they will give them the worst advice you've ever heard in your life. They will say snide remarks in front of them, behind them, all around them. They will be like, "Oh, you should have a dessert. Oh yeah, who cares what he thinks about your figure? You should have an appetizer.
They'll
Oh yeah,
casually insult them to their
casually,
face.
casually." Now my mother was English, but these things are sly. You know, my mother taught me how to speak English very well, and with a, shall we say, a pleasant demeanor, no matter what I have to say, and whatever meaning I say it in, huh? But the no, these like the worst one. Now this one I kind of snapped and told him to get the f out away from me. I didn't kick him out because offending a bouncer isn't really grounds to be kicked out of a bar, as weird as it is to say. The
Which,
bouncers are
by the way,
there.
I've never been kicked out of a bar. I've just been politely asked to leave.
Fair enough. But
Huge difference. Huge fucking difference, by the way.
but it's actually true. It's actually true. You know, like I don't care what you say about me, but it's like the second you call a waitress a bitch, you're out.
See that I never did. I tried to sleep on the floor, and then when I got woken up, I like threw 8 chairs at the table where my buddy was sitting. And then my buddy humped the banister with a microphone during the karaoke, and we caused quite a bit of chaos.
Yes.
But I was also outside chatting with the fucking bar manager and making friends with. Yeah, like,
Because
you see,
you didn't hurt any of them. Not
no,
really.
no, no. Like we upset a lot of people that complained about us, but we did not upset the wait. I think we upset one waitress, but
Yeah.
yeah, there's a difference between. Oh my god, he's falling asleep on the floor.
But
You get it. You get it.
I get it.
We
But
never
yeah.
caused actual material problems for the
Yeah.
bar. We just did things that were
But No,
Sorry.
I chipped out because this gay guy was turned and talking. It was the worst advice you've ever heard in your life. And then
Oh,
he ended with, "You should just get another abortion." I'm like, "Well, excuse me, get the fuck out. Go back to wherever your party is.
God bless
Don't
you,
fucking
sir.
stand to me.
God
I don't want to
bless
hear that
you.
evil shit." Et cetera, et cetera. And it was like, it was like it was just evil. Like it was just him whispering to her like fucking Jafar in Aladdin, to be more evil, to damn her soul further. To and she was like crying over some relationship thing, and it was like the worst possible thing that she could do for herself. He
Children,
advised her.
children are the reward for the intimate act. They are
Yes.
not they are not leverage. They are not an inconvenience. They are not an they are never a fucking accident. They are the reward
Yes.
of intimacy.
It's like, well, what would you do if your children were being used against you in divorce court? I would say you can have full custody, and then I'd leave, and then when they're 18, you just explain the situation to them, and you say, "Listen, I wasn't willing to be a slave, and I'm really sorry you had to go through it. But we can
Is
talk it out here and now, and we can get this healing going." Like it's one of those things
God,
where,
that is the correct. That is which was the impossible thing to say 15 years ago. My my
right?
my great mentor pointed that out. Women's.wordpress. That guy pointed that. No, it's
Mm-hmm.
that is the correct.
Because it's like you have to care for
Never,
your kids. Yeah, go for it.
never negotiate with terrorists.
That's right. You cannot be
Don't
held.
go. A
Mm,
woman can take your kids from you, but
but
only you can negotiate to gain access. Don't negotiate.
the
Be a
second
man.
you say, "I don't want any custody for your own flesh and blood," she loses all power over you and will
Correct.
immediately come to the negotiating table because, like, it's like so many times. How many times do I have to hear it? That they just simply divorce them because their gay best friend or something told them to. Oh well.
Because of a stupid fucking power play.
Oh, but I read a GQ article. Uh huh. Hmm. Anyway, that is an esoteric. The women are an esoteric subject. Actually, no. The more of a philosopher you are, the less you know about women anyway. So
We gotta we gotta tame our women.
yes, they beg for it.
Yeah,
Uh,
I got really pissed off with a female friend of mine, sent her a bunch of angry stuff, which accomplished nothing. I
no,
mean, she's still friends with me,
that's all
so
that matters.
thank God I'm a Libra. I'm super charismatic. Uh, like
Us Leos standing around in the rain, watching the Libra like roll around, set themselves on fire, and then still go in for the hug. Ugh,
yeah, I know. I
ugh,
am like the worst. I am the worst, but at least I stand up for the right things. Um,
yes.
but it's not useful. Like it's not. I accomplished nothing by. I kind of woke up hungover and basically called her a cunt. Uh, how do we convince you white women to stop destroying civilization? I believe that's what I said to her.
Babe, I'm at the shift at the Starbucks. What is you talking about this time? No, it's like some of the memes where it's like when you're man and it's like some girl sitting eagerly is explaining esoteric nonsense to you and you don't understand a word of it, but you got to look cute anyway.
Oh, no,
Uh,
dude, you got to be the guy understanding the esoteric nonsense. Uh,
yes.
sorry, seriously, number one piece of advice for guys: study astrology. It will get your dick wet. Like, do you have any idea how easy it is? Imagine if a girl came up to you and said, "Wow, you strike me as a sigma male. I don't like the gamma males," and like how fucking diamond hard your dick would be if a girl said that. That's like
I'd
if
be
you come up to
scared,
you, if
terrified.
if you come to a girl like and you say, "I like your earth energy." You're a Capricorn, aren't you?
It's true. If you can do that, and if you can figure out their age at a glance, they'll get really impressed real quick.
And by the way, like the bonus points, astrology actually is true. So, like, Jesus Christ, learn yourself some astrology, boys. It's
You need to be
even
in that esoteric lore, boys.
get into it. No, get esoteric lore. Just don't lose sight of God.
Yep.
That's as long as God is in your sight.
There's
Okay.
you'll see a lot of things going through whatever you're studying, but if you study properly, you'll actually find out that sometimes God just tells a joke, and then he just leaves it and he wanders off to, do a miracle somewhere else. Like one time he uh uh put me through a ringer where it's like I got my car hit and then the battery ran out while we were waiting for the cop, for the thing. So I gave the gospel message to the woman who hit my car. And then, I'm sitting there, I'm able to witness to the tow truck driver as well, and then it's like, oh wow, that sounds like pretty horrible. It's like, actually it wasn't, because my insurance arranged it so that for some minor cosmetic damage, we're talking minor cosmetic damage, a joint was popped out a little bit on the bumper. I received, almost $800, or 800 and something dollars rather, and I received the full amount to replace my car battery. So really it was just a little joke. I was able to witness to some people, and then I got some money out of it, which I really needed at the time. So in other words, I was being provided for. I just had to go through some negative time. Now, do I want to create a whole theology about it? Do I want to, set up a little shrine, where it happened in the middle of the highway? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm good. I had to spend an hour in the snow in 10-degree weather on a snowstorm. Uh, I'm fine.
That's why I'm trying to tell the young men to grind.
Yes.
Like grind, go
Grind.
grind. It's it's like thankless, 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 thankless. Boom. Holy shit, I have a bunch of money all of a sudden.
Yep.
And I know it's Jesus Christ, I know it's hard. I know it's fucking hard. I'm it's not easy for fucking me. I'm on painkillers most days. But you grind through like a year of bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And then you meet somebody that's cool. And
Yeah.
you and he, you don't grind that hard. You grind medium level. You're like you're working half as hard as you used to, but you're doing like twice as much productivity. And and then all of a sudden like then your fucking dealership phone, hey, can we get you a new car? And it's like, guys, grind. Life is so fucking hard. I know it's so fucking hard, but God bless you. Grind.
Yep. It
It's
feels bad for now, but it's like, no, 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 no. Listen, if you grind it out, if you look for those side things, if you look for something that you can do as a little side business, for me, I'm looking into things like paper and stationery. Guess what? It doesn't have to be some sort of crazy, unique Silicon Valley thing. It could be as simple as reselling barbecue sauces. That's how the business I was working at
oh,
got started.
let
All they did
man,
was sell barbecue sauces from their basement.
okay. So for the first year that I collected Star Wars figures, my reselling actually paid for the whole hobby.
Yes,
And
I did
like,
that with cards as well.
I could probably pursue that deeper. I don't think I'm gonna.
The people are weird in that culture. At least they're very nerdy, you know. I'm shocked that some of them have wives, but they're also kind of nerdy too.
Oh,
So
gee, man, if these guys can get wives, then we can probably get wives.
I'm in despair. The nerd, and it's like they met on the short bus together, and it's kind of romantic, you know.
But you're just, dude. You got a massive fucking beard.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 No. This is the 2026 is going to be my grind year. It's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, so I got this girlfriend, $2,500 to visit her, but I also need $1,000 a month. I
Aurini's
got a
going
lot of
to
fucking grind.
Thailand, guys. He's
No, she's in
he's a,
Nashville.
oh,
She's in
okay.
Nashville.
Swing around St. Louis when you go to Nashville next time. And we'll have some barbecue together. I'll show you the best places for barbecue.
I got a lot of fucking grind this year.
Yeah. That's all right. It was written in the stars, right?
It literally, actually, it's literally written in my stars that I don't get to be wealthy until I get married. That's literally written in my stars. I've been poor my whole fucking life, and it's like, now I got my gilf girlfriend. It's so much of our fate really is written in the stars. So which, if that is correct, if that I haven't proven that to you, just bear with it. If our fate is actually written in the stars, then chill the fuck out, do the best you can, and don't beat yourself up.
It's almost like God cares for the little animals, and He'll care for you so much more.
Precisely. Like, you are here. First of all, you volunteered to be here.
Yeah.
We all volunteered to be here. And you are here to learn lessons. You're here to play the video game, man.
Yeah. We got a question for you. Are you planning to write any more fiction from Mergler Maxis?
I want to. I've been playing around with a novel that it's going to be inspired by The Last Unicorn.
Yes.
The novel more than the book, than the movie. I've actually got a pretty good idea. I do want to write more fiction, because I think fiction is truer than reality. But I'm not currently engaged in fiction.
Yeah.
But no, I've been thinking about this book a lot.
Well, I certainly know some people.
Kind of inspired by Masters of Magic.
Yes.
It's like video game in the 90s.
Well, we've been at it for about 4 hours. I'm starting to flag.
I know. All right, this been a long meandering. I had a lot of fun, man. I hope people enjoyed listening.
Oh yeah, I think so. We had very consistent viewers. Thank you, thank you, Davis. MJ Aurini. Check out his link tree.
There have been 2 possums here this entire time, for the record.
Yes. That's it. Honestly, possums are God's chosen animal. You have to understand. that we being soul creatures are not animals, but possums. Look at them. Look at the awkwardness, the
Oh, they're
gait,
fantastic.
the
They're the
proud
best
tail.
animal.
They are the best animal. They are literally sent to bless us as they eat our ticks and all those things which cause us torment. They are simply there for our benefit and, of course, the benefit of their higher animals. This is the way of things, the hierarchy of man and nature and God. Sometimes he whispers dread secrets to us to drive us mad, but also to drive us to him. There's a new age coming, gentlemen, a new age, and who knows what it will bring. Will it be an apocalypse, or will it be a new strange thing undreamed of
You know,
by any
whatever
man or
it is,
beast or star
whatever it is,
itself?
we are good for it, man. We
We're
are
good.
fucking good for it.
We
I
ride.
I trust the Zoomers. I trust the young man.
I do.
We ride, brother.
We ride. Have a good night, guys. There probably won't be a stream Sunday because there's